Hi, I'm Bob from Crane Appliance. Since 1983, as a family-owned company, our goal has been simple: to give our neighbors of the Cape and Islands a great shopping experience. Rest easy knowing our professional team will listen to your needs and help you pick out the perfect appliances. We'll take care of everything throughout the sale, delivery, and installation process. And we even have our own in-house service department. Crane Appliance, we call the Cape and Islands home.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by Meganet Communications. Meganet offers a wide array of internet services, including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their number one goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
Oops, sorry about that. Good evening and welcome to the meeting of the Falmouth Select Board. It is Monday, October 7th, 2024, and it is exactly 6:31. I would ask you to please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That was a great pledge from some young people back there. Appreciate that. Okay, as we start our meeting, I would ask that you please silence your cell phones and please take a moment to double check that they are silenced. And then secondly, notify me as the chair if you're making a video or audio recording of this open session meeting, and the placement and operation of your video equipment must not interfere with conducting this meeting. Okay, we are going to move into our proclamation, and I ask Mr. Miscali to please read the Indigenous Peoples Day proclamation.
Thank you. Micah. Whereas the second Monday in October is celebrated as Indigenous Peoples Day in the United States of America in recognition of Indigenous people as this country's original inhabitants, and whereas Falmouth, Massachusetts recognizes Indigenous Peoples Day as an important time to celebrate the rich cultural knowledge, traditions, and history, and to acknowledge the important contributions of Falmouth's original people, members of the Wampanoag tribe. Whereas Indigenous Peoples Day is also an appropriate time to educate the general public about the severe challenges Indigenous people throughout North America, including Falmouth, have faced both historically and in the present, and the ways in which Indigenous peoples have worked to overcome these challenges. And whereas the land today, known as Falmouth, Massachusetts, is located on the ancestral and contemporary lands of Indigenous people and home of the original people of Cape Cod since time immemorial, the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe, the Herring Pond Wampanoag, and the Wampanoag tribe of Gayhead, Aquina, without whom the building of this country may not have been possible, and for whom Falmouth holds great historical, spiritual, and personal respect and gratitude for its original stewards. And whereas Indigenous Wampanoag people over the many generations protected and preserved the landscape of Falmouth and Cape Cod based on their traditions, customs, and ancient indigenous knowledge rooted in their cultural belief systems that stipulates that they are protectors and stewards of the national environment for the benefit of all. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Town of Falmouth Select Board affirm the second Monday in October 2024 as Indigenous Peoples Day in Falmouth, that we honor and commit to promote appreciation, healing, reconciliation, understanding, friendship, and continued partnerships with the Indigenous people in Falmouth, Cape Cod, and Massachusetts, particularly the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe, Herring Pond Wampanoag, and the Wampanoag tribe of Gayhead Aquina. In witness thereof, we have hereunto set our hand and caused the great seal of the town of Falmouth to be affixed on this 7th day of October 2024. Nancy Robbins Taylor, Chair, Edwin P. Zielinski II, Douglas C. Brown, Robert P. Miscali, Heather M. H. Goldstone. Thank you.
I would second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. Unanimous. And also, Indigenous People Day celebration on 10/14 at Peg Noonan Park at 11:30. And there has been a request that a select board member read and present the proclamation. Is there anyone that would be available to do that?
Since I know it's by heart.
Okay.
Okay, so we have, Mr. Miscali, that will be yours. Thank you very much. You should be good to go. Okay, recognitions. Any recognitions from the board? Ms. Goldstone?
I'd like to recognize the Old Ladies Against Underwater Garbage.
Oh, yeah.
An incredible
Awesome.
group that was doing great things around town, literally diving to pick up trash off the bottoms of a lot of our ponds. They've gotten a lot of national recognition and an infusion of funding from Drew Barrymore, and literally went viral. And I think it's all really terrific recognition of the work that they've been doing, and just a great example of the incredible volunteer spirit that we have here in Falmouth.
And how creative. Who would think of that? It's amazing. Mr. Brown?
You have to be 65 to join them. 65 or older. Funny. Nothing particular. Thank you.
Any other recognitions from the board? Okay, we'll move into announcements. Any announcements from the board?
I do have a few.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
This week, the Cape and Isles Municipal Leaders Association will be meeting at the PB Boulangerie up in Wellfleet to honor Sarah Peak for her years of service as a representative in that district. And she's no longer running for re-election, and so this will be her last year. And then on the 18th, we have the Mass Municipal Association will be updating Cape and Isles municipal leaders on items of concern that they're working on, that they've been sending feedback to different legislators regarding their legislation that's in works. On Wednesday, 5:30 next week, the 300 Committee will be presenting their plan for that land that they're buying, 57 acres in North Falmouth. That's at 5:30 at the North Falmouth Elementary School. And then, we got the League of Women Voters will be hosting Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Murator on, is it the 18th, I think, also? And then, I don't know that date for sure, but I know that also the 16th, October 16th, the League of Women Voters. And then on October 22nd, if you missed the 16th, there's another opportunity at the Navigator Club. The East Falmouth Village Association is hosting another discussion with both Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Murator, and I believe there's other candidates on there as well, but I'm not really sure.
Yeah, just to follow up, I think the event at the high school on the 16th is going to include, I think, all of the candidates, including Congressman Keating, all the way down the ballot. So it should be an interesting evening.
And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Miscali, any other announcements? Is there anyone here for public comment? Okay. Public comment may be made on routine matters not on the agenda this evening. Comments are limited to 2 minutes. Please introduce yourself, and since the matter has not been included on the agenda, the Select Board will not participate in any discussion or debate of your topic.
Good evening. My name is Molly Cornell. I'm a member of the Falmouth Gun Safety Coalition, which is working to prevent gun violence and to promote gun safety. Before I even begin, we want to thank the police chief for the commendable job he's been doing in building a strong department. Communication has been really, really great, and we thank him. I don't know if he's here, but thank you to the police chief. We understand and support his request for new handguns for the police. Our concern is what happens to the retired handguns that remain after the officers have had the opportunity to buy back their own service weapons. We would support a decision to have the surplus guns destroyed. Guns have a long life. Regardless of how responsibly they're initially traded in, used police guns have been known to make their way back into the stream of easily accessed guns in America. Our town's police guns have served their intended purpose. We do not want any gun owned by the town of Falmouth to fall into the hands of someone who intends to do harm either to themselves or to others. And we would wish that this become a permanent policy for the town of Falmouth. Thank you.
Thank you.
My colleague Susan Boney has something else to say.
Hi, Susan Bonney, Loop Road, Falmouth. Over the past 3 weeks, the Falmouth Gun Safety Coalition has collected about 460 to 470 signatures on a petition that we presented at various venues around the town of Falmouth. And if you have the time, I can read to you what our petition said and present you with a physical copy.
Could you just leave us a copy? That would be
Sure.
great.
Yeah. Okay.
If you'd like to approach, I'll take them.
Well, I don't think I'll get that far.
What do you mean? But we can. Thank you, Heather. Thank you very much. Thank you. Anyone else here for public comment? Yes, sir.
I apologize if I'm confused here. I'd like to speak on Article 32. Is that allowed right now, or is that not what we're talking about?
Not at public comment. It's on the agenda. So you cannot speak at this time.
Okay. Is there a time later on?
I'll be taking limited comments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. Is anyone else here for public comment? Okay. We are a few minutes early. Let me take a quick peek. Business 9. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Renshaw. Let me just ask the board, I'd like to take something out of order. And we're going to look at business number 9, consider establishing a police station advisory committee. Does anyone object? Thank you. Mr. Renshaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is exciting. As we all know, we have the need to explore options in regards to a new police facility. The next steps are to select an architect, and then staff will work with the owner's project management, architect, and this soon-to-be formed, hopefully, advisory committee in selecting a site for the new police station for consideration by the Select Board. As you all likely recall, town meeting approved $300,000 for the feasibility study, including site selection. An additional $100,000 for this feasibility study is being requested this November town meeting. Madam Chair and Select Board, the committee as being proposed will submit a recommended site to the Select Board. Once the site has been selected, a request for design development funds will be submitted through the capital planning process. The anticipated design costs we anticipate will exceed $3 million. If funding for design is approved, this advisory committee will advise on the design of this new police facility. My office will assemble a project team that includes representatives of the police department who will work closely with this proposed advisory committee. These staff members will not be appointed members of the advisory committee due to potential complications it can present with respect to the open meeting law when we have staff members appointed by the board. A proposed charge for this committee is included in your packet for review tonight. And Madam Chair and Select Board, it's my recommendation that Select Board tonight approve the establishment of the Police Station Advisory Committee and adopt the attached committee charge as drafted. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions from the board on the recommendation from the town manager for establishing a police station advisory committee?
No questions.
Happy to make the motion.
Okay.
That the Select Board approve the charge that is in our packet, along with the establishment of the advisory group, the advisory committee for the police station.
I would second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Renshaw. And we will move into public hearings. I just asked town council to take a quick peek at something. $6:45, exactly.
Madam Chair, in consultation with the town council, we have determined that the postings of these public hearings, the 4 public hearings we have for this evening, were posted for Town Hall. And obviously, we made the decision based upon anticipated crowd size to move to Lawrence School after that posting. Town council is recommending that we have someone run over and post to the door of Town Hall, stating
Okay.
the location change. So we'll take a quick recess, I'd suggest, to do that. Have somebody run over and post.
Okay, so can we move on to another item?
We certainly can. We'll try
Okay.
that.
Why don't we do that? And who is going, is Mr. Johnson-Staub, are you going to Town Hall? Okay, so we're going to hold on the public hearings, and we're going to move into our business. And number 1 on our business agenda is update future vision of the Falmouth Public Schools. And this is through the superintendent and I believe the school committee chair?
15, Madam Chair.
So I apologize, the school committee chair, Kelly Welch, is not here yet. I think because we were on the schedule for
Because we
7:45.
moved your
I'm
time
sorry.
around. Do you want to move forward, or would you like me to take something else out of order?
We're ready to move forward. I think we can move forward. I think she'd be fine with that.
Okay, so I want to make a couple of comments before you begin. I want everyone to know that this is an update on the superintendent's yearly presentation to the select board. I want people to know that the select board is not calling for any vote. We have no vote on this issue. This is between the school committee and the superintendent. Does not mean that people cannot send emails to the select board. We've been receiving many, but the select board does not have a vote in what the school committee is going to do. So I really want to be clear about that. And if I do take any comments at the end of the presentation, they will be few, and it has to be, something new than what we've already been given. And it will not be any sort of Q&A between people here and the superintendent or the school committee. And the select board, again, will take no action on this. Dr. Dorr.
Thank you. Paul Dart, our Director of Finance and Operations, and myself, Lori Durr, the superintendent, will be providing this presentation today. All right, so this is just a recap of our current school facilities structure. We have pre-K 3-year-old, pre-K 4-year-old, K1, 2, 3, and 4 at East Falmouth. Our Mullen Hall, North Falmouth, and T-Ticket are kindergarten through 4th. 5th and 6th grade attend Morse Pond, 7th and 8th grade attend Lawrence, and 9 to 12 is at the high school. The key challenges that we're trying to address is the demand for early childhood education. We're having a rise in our students with disabilities at the ages of 3 and 4, and an increased need for peers, as well as we know having universal pre-K, meaning free pre-K, would certainly help our families, young families, as they're struggling in both child care and housing, hoping that this will relieve some of that pressure. Declining enrollment. We have trends that you'll see in just a few minutes about the enrollment over time, and then the proposed changes in response to that,
and then our aging facilities, most particularly the Lawrence School. Over the next 8 years, we are proposing to convert the T-Ticket building into an early learning center, serving ages 3 and 4, operate 3 elementary schools. That's East Falmouth, merged with the T-Ticket school community, Mullen Hall, North Falmouth, all starting at kindergarten. Plan for taking the Morse Pond building offline as a school to be repurposed by the town. Reconfigure the grade structure for grades serving 5 to 8, and that is not proposed plan to merge all 4 grades, but as you'll see in the presentation, some options within that grade configuration. And then a draft proposal for the major renovation of Lawrence School. We formed a building needs committee that will study the proposed, the challenges and the proposed plans. We'll gather the feedback from staff, families, and community members. In addition to the forms that we have, we had 10 forms. We also have the presentation on our website, and we have a digital form that people can provide feedback. And then the Building Needs Committee will make a recommendation to the school committee. On the Buildings Need Committee, we have 2 school committee members, Melissa Keefe and Susan Augusta, Principal Alan Harris, Town Manager Mike Renshaw, Select Board Member Nancy Taylor, community members Bob Antonucci and Lieutenant Ryan Hurt, staff members Stacy Boudreau, Kelly Misch, and Melissa Hamilton, and parents guardians are Mallory Lavelli, Christina Woods, Mary Kate Petrucci, and then there are 3 members of my team that's acting as support staff to the committee, and that's myself, Paul, and Sandy Capson-Bellis. The process: Building Needs Committees formed, Building Needs Committee studies challenges proposed, community input. This is the process in which we find ourselves right now. The Building Needs Committee will consider the input. Building Needs Committee will make a recommendation to school committee. School committee deliberates and votes on the recommendations. And that, right now, the recommendation to the school committee is scheduled for December 10th. The school committee does not vote in the same night that recommendations are made when they hear it, so that'll go to their next committee, which is in January. And then once a final plan, we will share that plan out. All right, so just looking at some of the data, here's the district enrollment data over the last 25 years. We have 5,007 in 1998, and we now in 2024 have 2,904. So there has been a drop in enrollment. It's been a pretty steady drop. We are experiencing about a 2% per year average, some years more than others. Kindergarten enrollment, you can see we have some peaks and valleys, but even the peaks over time have gotten less and less. And we have, this slide actually starts in 2010, and then and through last school year, in 2003 at 209. This year, we made the slides before the October 1 date, and we are at 203 students this school year. This slide represents the birth rates in the the blue line, that it's the tallest, and then 5 years later in kindergarten enrollment. So in 2010, the dark blue line is the birth rate, and the small blue line would be 2015, when the kids would be entering. We have about a 49% retention rate from birth to kindergarten enrollment, which is pretty typical across the country. It's a 50% birth to kindergarten retention rate. We have, you can see in 2019, and again, that kindergarten number's not up there because this was made before the October 1, which was at 203 this year. You can see in 2018, even though it increased from 2018 to 2019 in births, the kindergarten enrollment actually decreased by a few students. And then here's the birth rates for the 2020, 21, 22, and 23, which of course will be our future kindergarten. So just to talk a little bit about plans 1 and 2. As you can see, this is just a visual slide of the Early Learning Center. That is the proposed plan for 3- and 4-year-olds. T-ticket students and staff would merge with East Falmouth, and then all 3 schools would be K-4 and so forth. In this proposal, we're trying to balance 2 things, right? The growth of and the need for Early Learning Center to expand our preschool, but also the balance of the declining enrollment. And so at East Falmouth, we have several grade levels that only have 2 sections of each grade. So it's twofold. When we're listening about the Early Learning Center, the advantages, we also have to think about the other as well. So we'd have free pre-K for participating families, full day 4-year-olds, and we piloted 2 full day 4-year-old programs this year, and the feedback from the families, this is what they want, where our typical has been 2.5 hours in the morning, 2.5 hours in the afternoon, and it just wasn't meeting the needs of our community. We may have a full day option for 3-year-olds, but we believe that we probably will still need to do a morning and an afternoon. That may be a little different for 3-year-olds, but we need the feedback from families on the need for that. We need room for growth, and we're looking at the internship program at the Early Childhood Pathway Program at the high school, a place for the internships to students to be able to get somewhere to participate. We have heard there's a wait list with the private providers. When we look at the number of students that we have, for instance, 60-some students at 4-year-olds, if we would predict that we are going to continue to have 200 at kindergarten, that leaves quite a number of students for the providers and some additional students that may need to come into the Early Learning Center. Just, to review this, Mullen Hall is just too large for just a preschool. It is also not central. North Falmouth geographic location is not central to all of Falmouth for our families. East Falmouth is the right size. It's not as central, but T-ticket is the right size, central location, easy access for all families, easy access for our Falmouth high school students to have internship opportunities. So the advantages, it's just good programming to have more than 2 sections of any grade, and that just provides for more opportunities for inclusion. It provides the opportunities for strategic placements across sections, increased opportunities for teacher collaboration, which we know that leads to better outcomes for students. It is the distance, which I will get to in just a second, right here. If you can see, the East Falmouth School is actually located between the purple area and the pink area. Purple area is the T-ticket community, and the pink area is for East Falmouth community, and the East Falmouth School is located pretty much centralized to those 2 areas. So that is a secondary factor besides the T-ticket being more central to the Falmouth community. So we are giving the community options for transition. We have a 1-year option where everyone could move. We have option 2, and this came from the community, and we're trying to adjust options as we hear additional feedback from our community. And this was that grades 1 to 4 are housed at East Falmouth and move at one time, and then the East Falmouth and T-ticket kindergarten moves into the Early Childhood Center. We also have a 2-year transition, so that you would have kindergarten 1 and 2 moved to East Falmouth, and then the following year, grades 3 and 4, and then a 4-year transition option where you would start with K and 1, and then this option, students would actually be aging out of the T-ticket school as new kindergarten students continue to enter in. So just some variations on the 2-year plan that we have heard and certainly would accept is that we could move the K1 and 2 next year. That was the 2-year plan. But you could still have You could move one grade in the second year and another grade in the fourth year. You could let grades 3 and 4 age out at T-ticket at that point. So there's still some options within that. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Paul Dart for the next proposed plan.
You're getting very close to your time.
I know, I'm sorry. Okay.
All right. Good evening, everybody. My name is Paul Dart. I'm Director of Finance and Operations for the school system. Plans 3 and 4 are essentially taking Morse Pond, the building, offline as a school and reconfiguring the grade structure for school serving for the grades 5 through 8. I'm going to walk you through the end of the presentation because I think it will give you some clarity here. So the proposal is to renovate this building. This building was built in 1953. It has all the original fixtures, the plumbing, electrical systems, et cetera. And if we went through the Mass School Building Authority process of getting aid and helping renovate the building, it would be a minimum of an 8-year process. So if all went well and we applied for the MSBA funding this coming year, the earliest that we could open the doors to the new Lawrence would be in August of 2032. The construction period would be a 2-year construction period, and during this time, students in the 5th grade would stay within the elementary school, and students within the 8th grade would move into the high school. The students that would be at Lawrence would then move into the Morse Pond building for the 2 years during this construction phase. Prior to that construction is roughly a 2-year architectural design engineering process. These are pretty much hard dates in terms of lengths of time in order to accomplish a project of this size. The building's of 145,000 square feet. And then I'm going to start at the beginning now. So that last 2 phases there is over a 4-year period, the architectural design and the hard construction. If we apply next year for the MSBA funding, we would apply in January to April. We'd hear back from the MSBA in December. If we're accepted into the program, then it's really a year of work that we now have certain deliverables to the MSBA. That would be our academic program, our enrollment data, and our maintenance program that we would then deliver to them. At the end of April of 2026, we'd be coming to the town for initial feasibility funding. That would be roughly around $2 million. Following that is the feasibility study. That is a program where you work with the MSBA on the sizing of the renovation projects, the classroom sizes, requirements, et cetera. And they also, at that point, determine a reimbursement formula for the district to help pay for the school system. In April of 2028, we'd be coming to the town for the full approval for the renovation for a ballot vote at that point on the full funding of the project. So that's the brief timeline. Just one last point, and I'll just end. The reorganization of the school grades are really 2 options, whether 5th grade remains with the elementary school or whether 8th grade goes up to the high school level. And there's some variations within that. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm glad you cleared up the feasibility study piece, which you have to go to town meeting for, and also how that connects to the MSBA. Questions from the board? Go ahead, Mr. Brown, and then Mr. Muscali.
Hi, thanks for coming to us. I'm curious, how will all the kids from T-Ticket fit into the East Falmouth? Because I'm hearing that the music program's in the cafeteria, so I'm taking from that that the school must be kind of crowded somehow?
So it is crowded, and that occurred, it was a principal decision when we moved to 2 full-day kindergartens, pre-K, which added, we went from 7 classrooms to 9 classrooms. If we are going to expand further, then we definitely need more room, and will not be able to expand any further at East. It is not ideal. We do not want music and art in the hallways or reading. It has occurred. We are not recommending Plan 1, that everyone moves in the first year, unless it's Plan 1 with the kindergarten that stays a T-ticket, which will give plenty of room. We do have another option if they do want. We have Mr. Dart has looked into portables for 1 year, if that's what's selected, but it is not our recommendation, because we do believe everyone should have their own room and space.
And I have a couple.
Go ahead.
So another one is there a pressure on the timeline because of, I guess in 2022 you got a planning grant? Is this next grant, are you already like committed to this process?
So there has been some confusion on that. We did not receive a planning grant for early childhood. There is what we hear, a potential grant coming up this fall for an implementation. So we did apply for the planning grant, did not. The rush is not for that. We certainly would not put that into a grant when no decisions have been made. The grant would allow us to not only be able to fund some of the teaching positions if we were to apply and get, but also be able to work with the partners, the providers, the community providers, and figure out a way to be able to work this together. So that is a potential, but that's no guarantee, and we will apply, of course. We try to apply to all relevant grants.
Well, thanks for clearing that up. And the final one is, when I looked at the survey, I only see options for when we do this, but not an option for if we do it. And I'm wondering, is that a potential consideration that the building committee might come up with, that maybe they might say that the best thing to do is keep the T-ticket open and just close the Morse Pond? Is that still on the table at all?
So each of the 5 proposals are independent of one another, and the Building Needs Committee will look at all 5. Certainly, I have encouraged lots of feedback, right, to either fill out the form while we're at the community forums, or go online and give your input, right? So, but there will be a specific time within. So the building need. I'm sorry. So let me go back. The building needs will certainly look at all that feedback, and they will make the recommendation. But within that, what we have agreed to is the implementation rollout and the grade configurations. And those surveys will go out at some point. We're trying to get through the forms first so everyone can hear. And then, so that is a direct input. And the other is giving your ideas, your proposals, feedback in any manner. And then the building needs looks at all of that.
But if I could just, so the question really for me is it still a possibility that T-ticket might not close if the whole community sends you the similar comments saying, please keep the pre-K in each neighborhood, redistrict the schools, resolve any inequity through that. If everyone says the same thing, do you think that that's a possibility? Or is it going to be, does the T-ticket need to close because it's predetermined?
These were proposed plans. There was nothing predetermined, but I cannot speak to the Building Needs Committee whether that's an option or not.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Muscali?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for for leading this and looking into the future. It's obviously a need that we need to address, and appreciate your efforts. And you actually answered my question, because I was unclear as to whether the Building Needs Committee was involved with all 5 of the plans or just the last 2 or 3 of them, and wasn't sure where they fit in with respect to number 1 and 2. But you're saying that committee is going to be involved in all 5 of your proposed plans.
That is correct, all 5, and they are independent of one another.
Thank you.
Ms. Goldstone?
Yes. So you showed the data on declining enrollment and then birth rates, and there's the steady decline that we've seen in enrollment, and then there was the precipitous drop in birth rates in 2020, and we know that our housing crisis has gone from a long-time struggle to a real crisis. If there were a change in the housing situation in town and enrollment were to return to, say, a 2019-2020 level, or perhaps that gradual decline, would these proposals still stand up to that kind of influx or higher level of enrollment at that point?
Yes, we believe it will. We certainly hope with the efforts of both the housing and the universal care is that we might be able to steady the enrollment and not decline. But as experts have looked at that, there's no one that believes that it will reverse into an upward movement. But we may be able to steady the enrollment for some time.
And then a couple of linked questions. So can I just confirm the timeline for taking Morse Pond offline would be at least 8 years to the completion? Morse Pond would not go offline until the renovation of Lawrence was complete. Is that correct?
That's correct. If so, at the earliest, it would be August 2032. If the MSBA process gets pushed back a year, but we're not accepted in the first year, then everything moves back after that.
And Mr. Dart, could you just provide some examples of what the comprehensive renovation of Lawrence might entail? Are we talking about gutting the building, starting from scratch, updating floors and I've just heard a lot of curiosity about what would a comprehensive renovation look like for the building.
The major component of it would be replacing the plumbing and the electrical components. There may be some roofing redesign that has to go on. Would like to add solar panels to the roof, et cetera. But it's not a tear down all the walls, gut the building, end up with steel beams. It's not anywhere near that extensive. The classroom size, for example, for the current building is roughly around 750. MSBA requirements are around 850. So you have to adjust your classroom size to their requirements. So there will be the more likely scenario is movement of interior walls from one classroom to another and leaving all the exterior walls and floors in place. So.
Any other questions from the board? Have you considered a very popular middle school model, which would be a 6, 7, 8 model? And the only reason I say that is we have a lot of 2 years right now, and many districts have a middle school that is 6, 7, and 8.
So the middle school model really is the 6th, 7th, and 8th, and that is one of the options that we're going to ask feedback from the community on. So it could be 5th goes into the elementary, and then Lawrence could be a 6, 7, 8 school. The options are to think about 5, 6, 7, and 8 goes into the high school. And the only thing that I have made sure that from a programmatic standpoint is that 5th grade really is aligned with 3rd and 4th. So our curriculum is 3, 4, 5, and it makes more sense that they're together. But it is out there as for people to consider. But 6, 7, 8 is a middle school, the true middle school model, yes.
And the Lawrence School could manage 6, 7, and 8?
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I know we have people here that would like to speak. I will take very limited public comment on this matter. And I just want to remind people that the community forums, I'm sure you all have the list of the community forums that are happening, October 16th, 28th, November 4th, November 7th, and November 14th. And I would suggest that between the Building Needs Committee and the School Committee is really the audience for this, but I will take 1 or 2 public comments if they are something that we haven't heard. We've heard a lot from this group. Ms. Palazzo, did you want to speak? Are you our spokesman? I think you had a question regarding the town and the schools.
Yes,
that
so
is
I'm
pertinent.
kind of wondering.
Introduce
I mean,
yourself, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Gina Palonza,
Thank you.
town member. Parent for many years. I was actually on the 2012 task force that came up with a very similar plan and then decided not to go through with it because it didn't make sense at the time. So I guess what I want to bring into this is the fact that Maura Healey has just approved the legislation for the ADUs, and it's quite possible that that could open up a lot more affordable housing in town. We could start seeing multi-generational housing situations where families, you know, so if anybody doesn't know what an ADU is, it's an accessory dwelling unit. And she's basically saying that you can bypass the Zoning Board of Appeals and build this on your property, which would open up a lot of opportunity for maybe aging parents to allow the kids to go into the house. And it could also sort of repopulate our younger family population. And there's no way of studying that yet. And there's no way of knowing yet. And this is going to be brand new. And I understand looking at, like, you know, the Falmouth Housing Trust, I know that all these other organizations are trying really hard to help with affordable housing, but we're not really seeing the effects of it yet. I'm also a licensed real estate agent, so I've been watching all of this happen. I know what's happening. I am starting to see more multi-generational families come into town and try to buy together. And I would just ask the town to try to come together, because one thing I see a history of is all these different departments working separately and not necessarily communicating with each other for one big plan. And sometimes, you know, it would seem that working towards affordable housing for young families and, you know, reducing the schools, if you both succeed, then we're going to really be in trouble, because one can't exist without the other. So I guess I would just ask that maybe a little bit more collaboration happen in this process. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take two more, and that's it. And it needs to be new, because we've received your emails. And just I'm sorry? Yes. Okay. So please introduce yourself, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Raquel, and my daughter's a first grader in T-Ticket. And I just would like to touch on some of the graphs that were shown. One very important aspect that is not being discussed is the increasing needs for special needs in our school. And that is centered at T-Ticket School. These students are required by state and federal law to be in what's called the least restricted environment. And that means they're supposed to be surrounded by their peers, and that's why a small class size is vital to this awesome demographic of little warriors. They need to be in a smaller class setting. That's all.
Thank you. Ms. Rockwood? Oh, okay. All right, I'll take one more. Yes, if it's regarding this, but that's going to be the last comment that I'm taking, Mr. Finneran.
Hi, Mark Finneran. I was reading the paper and I might have missed something, but the graph that you showed of the kindergartners, the birth rate as opposed to the attendance in, you know, enrolling in kindergarten, it dropped by 50%, as I understood it, and you said that was typical for the country. Where did the other 50% of the children go, or did I miss something completely?
I am not sure about that, but we will get that answered for you.
All right, it didn't seem to make any sense.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on. Can we move into our public hearings?
Yes, Madam Chair, we can move into public hearings.
Okay. We are going to move into a fee hearing, a proposed late fee for annual renewal of liquor licenses. Mr. Zielinski for the notice, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As provided under Chapter 119 of the Code of Falmouth, Public hearing will be held in the Select Board Meeting Room, Town Hall, on Monday, October 7th, 2024, at 6:45 p.m. to establish and promulgate a fee which will become effective as of November 1st, 2024, for a $50 late fee for annual renewal of all liquor licenses in the town of Falmouth. Nancy Robbins Taylor, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Renshaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the board recalls, staff first presented this information for a first review and discussion of this proposed fee increase during the September 23rd Select Board meeting. Just for the public's benefit, I want to kind of go through the reasons why we're proposing this increase. About what we're seeing, the trend, about half of the approximately 95 renewing licenses remain incomplete during the last week of the renewal process. Staff in the front office and the Select Board office spends a significant amount of time trying to reach out to business owners to get their renewal paperwork complete. Reminders of due dates and the requirements begin to be sent out to license holders in September by both U.S. mail, regular mail, and emailed to certain no licensee, so to ensure that no licensee is missed. The Building and Health Departments also began sending out these reminders to licensees in early September, again, as a way to remind people to get their paperwork submitted. Updates and the reminders continue to be sent frequently to license holders, at least weekly, through this renewal season until each of the license applications is complete. Again, one of the reasons we're recommending this proposed fee increase or late fee implementation is the fact that in 2018, the Health Department was seeing a similar trend in application paperwork being submitted late. A late fee was implemented at that time in 2018, and it completely addressed the problem. They no longer see a backlog or a significant number of late applications. I mentioned in the past the Select Board office, the staff in the Select Board office work with multiple departments, building and health departments primarily during the renewal requirements. And again, in addition to the inordinate amount of time, staff time in the Select Board office, there's also a lot of time spent in other departments through that reliance on other departments to support getting the information out. So, Madam Chair, Select Board, based upon some of the trends that we're seeing and in an effort to incentivize business owners to get their license application materials in a timely fashion so that we're not getting this backlog and not spending an inordinate amount of time pursuing license holders to get their materials complete, we're proposing Select Board implement a $50 late fee for annual license renewal of all liquor licenses, which would be effective November 1st of 2024. And it's my recommendation, Madam Chair, that the Select Board vote tonight to approve this $50 late fee. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Renshaw. Questions from the board? I'm going to start with Ms. Goldstone, and then we'll work to Mr. Miscali.
Mr. Renshaw, I'm curious about the $50 amount, given that the late fee for common victualler licenses and other licenses is currently at $200. Why not make this the same as that?
So, Madam Chair and Select Board Member Goldstone, we had some discussions. We wanted to make, because of the timing of this proposal being so close to the end of the year, we wanted to make sure that the fee increase was set high, or the proposed late fee was set high enough to send the message and, again, provide that incentive, but reasonable enough and not too onerous on business owners. So we tried to set that fee at a nominal amount, again, to send the message and to incentivize business owners to get their materials submitted, but not set it too high.
I had the same question.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
I would agree with the comment by Select Board Member Goldstone that it does seem to be, it would make sense if it was the same, and if it's only $50, but the liquor license is $2,000 or $3,000 or whatever it is, it's not much of an incentive to change behavior. Especially as there's so many of them.
Any other comments? Any comments on this application from the public? Okay, seeing none, I would entertain a motion to close the hearing.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Discussion amongst the board.
What would be the negative side of going with the $200? Am I overlooking anything that's relevant?
Once we get the button figured out, we can certainly raise the fee. Again, I think the internal staff discussions we were having was aimed at trying to recognize that this is new and trying to minimize that immediate impact, but still send signal that it's important to get your materials submitted. We could certainly, I'm looking through some of the other material that was submitted as part of the packet. We tried to do some benchmarking in terms of what other jurisdictions, what other communities are assessing as far as a late fee.
Right.
And we don't have a lot of benchmark, so I think that was another consideration. Why we set it, I use the word nominal, why we set it at $50 versus going higher.
Mm-hmm. Maybe somewhere between the two, maybe $100 or $150, maybe to, acknowledge what Mr. Renshaw is saying, but at the same time, not be that hard on them at this point. See how it goes. So, I'd support $100 as a late fee.
I guess I'd second that.
Okay, is that a motion?
I'll make it a motion.
Okay.
To approve the late fee of $100 for annual renewal of all liquor licenses effective November 1, 2024, with, I hope, some way of getting notification out to people that this will happen effective November 1, so I'm sure that's part of the package. But that would be my motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move into our second hearing, which is a wetlands dock hearing. Mr. Zelinski, for the notice, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Falmouth Select Board will hold a public hearing under Section 240-14.8 Wetlands Regulation of the zoning bylaws of the town of Falmouth on Monday, October 7th, 2024, at 6:45 p.m. in the Select Board meeting room, pardon me, Falmouth Town Hall, 59 Town Hall Square, on the application of Eric W. and Sabina H. Hamry for permission to construct a fixed pier that will extend approximately 76 feet seaward of mean high water into Green Pond, located at 218 Acapesket Road, East Falmouth, Mass. Area affected is Green Pond. Interested parties may review the file on this hearing at the office of the Select Board per order of the Falmouth Select Board.
Thank you, Mr. Zelinski. We have a representative for the applicant.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson Taylor. For the record, my name is Michael Borselli from Falmouth Engineering, and I represent the applicant. The applicant's property is at 218 Acapesket Road. They have an existing single-family dwelling, and they have applied to you for permission to construct a timber private recreational pier, very similar to other piers I presented to you over the years. Its width is 4 feet. It traverses over a small band of salt marsh. It's elevated above the salt marsh. It terminates at a 6-foot wide by 16-foot long berthing tee that measures 96 square feet. There was a shellfish survey performed. There's no significant densities of shellfish. The overall width of the channel or the water body is 400 feet, so the projection into the Green Pond is 19%. You're allowed up to 25%. We have consulted with the harbor master. He had no issues or concerns. We have been before the Conservation Commission, and they issued a order of conditions approving the project. And if you were to vote to approve the project, we'd proceed to the state for a Chapter 91 license. It's pretty straightforward and similar to other peers I've presented to you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions, comments from the board?
Oh, I just got mine answered.
Okay. Any comments from the public regarding this application? Okay, seeing none, I will entertain a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to close the hearing. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Discussion amongst the board.
I would move approval of the dock as presented.
I'll second Mr. Brown's motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm going to ask that we stick to the options and read the actual motions into the record.
All right,
So if you would
I'll
do
make
that.
a motion to approve the application submitted by Falmouth Engineering on behalf of Eric and Sabina Hamra to construct a fixed pier that will extend approximately 76 feet seaward of mean high water into Green Pond located at 218 Acapesket Road in East Falmouth as presented.
Madam Chair, I'll second Mr. Brown's motion again.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move into our third hearing, which is a shade tree hearing. And Mr. Zelinski for the notice, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In accordance to Massachusetts General Law 87, Sections 3 and 4, public hearing will be held on Monday, September 23rd. This is a continuance. 2024 at 6:45 p.m. in the Select Board Meeting Room at 59 Town Hall, Falmouth, Mass. to consider the removal of the following public trees: 31 Old Dock Road, removal of 1 Acer rubrum, a red maple, 26.5 inches in diameter, reason construction of upcoming sidewalk. The trees identified above have been posted for public inspection. Any objections to their removal must be submitted in writing to the tree warden prior to or during the hearing. The mailing address for the tree warden is Department of Public Works, Town of Falmouth, 416 Gifford Street, Falmouth, Mass. 02540. Email Jeremiah Pearson at falmouthma.gov. Phone number 508-457-2543, extension 3008.
Thank you. And Mr. Pearson, you are here to speak to this issue.
Yes. Hello, Jeremiah Pearson, Tree Warden and Park Superintendent for the Town of Falmouth. My opinion on this is that with the construction of this sidewalk, it's going to detrimentally affect the health of this tree. The proposed excavation to put the sidewalk in is going to be going right through the critical root zone of this tree, and the tree's structural integrity and overall health will be compromised. I think it would be best, though, that Peter McConaty come up and talk a little bit about the project in itself, because there is some history there, and go over the whole scope.
Okay. Mr. McConaty?
Good evening, Peter McConaty, Director of Public Works. So this project is on Old Dock Road. There's a sidewalk currently that runs from Route 28A down to the bike path parking lot, about midway down Old Dock Road. So what this sidewalk would do would be an extension to continue the sidewalk down to the boat ramp, and also we're also looking into the option of bringing it over to the landing where the docks are. In 2009, the town of Falmouth installed a water main down Old Dock Road, and included in that project was supposed to be the continuation of the sidewalk. It didn't happen with that project. 2015, the town of Falmouth reconstructed the dock and the wharf. Again, the sidewalk was supposed to be part of that project in 2015. It did not get included. Over the past year and a half, at the Traffic Advisory Committee, there's been folks from West Falmouth Village Association, from Public Works, and also the Traffic Advisory looking for safety over in that area. Anyone that goes over in that area between April and October, there's people walking in the street, there's bicycles in the street, there's a lot of activity on that roadway. There's folks from the West Falmouth Village Association and others from the Traffic Advisory that are looking to make that into a safety zone, to make it 20 miles an hour, to make it even more safer than that. So what this sidewalk will do is you'll have a continuous sidewalk from Route 28 all the way down to the wharf as was proposed in 2009. Mr. Pearson and I have been on site several times looking at the construction and looking at the options for the width of the sidewalk. And I've also had conversations with the property owners, had conversations with our highway superintendent, and I do believe you have received some emails, positive emails from the property owners where the tree is in front of their properties that are in favor of this. So we'll be looking at, Jeremiah can talk about the health of the tree, but would we construct a sidewalk, we'd be looking at putting in a grass strip, and within that grass strip, we'd be looking at planting new trees. The new trees would match the trees that are on the east side going up towards 28A, so it'll be one continuous sidewalk that will be basically adjoining, and it'll look the same as the project continues. It'll be all the same types of trees.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Mr. Muscali.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to be clear. Are you proposing to remove the tree because it's necessary, as it says here, is to preserve, unfortunately, this tree will be needed to be removed to allow safe passage for pedestrians. Is it because of that or because of the impending detriment to the tree or both? I'm just trying to make sure I understand what it is we're trying to accomplish here, because it's a nice tree.
Right.
And I'd say, what's the downside to, I trust your analysis, but what's the downside to waiting and seeing what happens as opposed to doing it prospectively?
Well, if we do the construction and wait to see what happens to the health of the tree, that area, like we live on Cape Cod, there's a lot of wind, so it's going to be susceptible to wind throw, because we're going to be removing anchorage roots. The sidewalk's going to be going directly next to the tree, where the trees, it's going right through what we call the critical root zone. All the anchorage roots and the feeder roots are right there. So I think it's not the best idea just to do it and see what happens, because if we get a big windstorm and it falls on the person's house, we're liable.
But if we didn't, and this question is for you, Peter, if it wasn't removed, would we still be able to do the sidewalk safely and properly?
Yeah, so the elevation of the tree root zone, the critical root zone that Mr. Pearson is talking about, the elevation of the edge line of the roadway and the bottom of the tree where the roots, where he's talking about, is about a 9 to 12 inch difference in height. So the sidewalk would be cutting right through the tops of those zones. So if you're looking at a sidewalk, you got 3 inches of asphalt, and then you got a base underneath that, that's about 6 inches. So it would be going 9 to 10 inches down from that area. So it would be all within the roots of that area, and the roots would be damaged on that area.
I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Goldstone, and then Mr. Zelinski and Mr. Brown.
Question along the same lines. I believe in the email that we got from the property owner, they also noted that there would be a 5-foot grass buffer between the road and the sidewalk. And we don't have any plans here in front of us, so is there any possibility of reducing that buffer to move the sidewalk out of the critical root zone?
So constructing a sidewalk, you have to have a safe area. You cannot put a sidewalk adjacent to a roadway. You have to even have a vertical area, or you have to have a grass buffer zone to separate the sidewalk from the roadway. So it's required that you have a 3-foot grass strip. If we put a 5-foot grass strip, we'll be able to put some of the smaller trees that Jeremiah was talking about, that's identical to the other trees that are up the street, in that 5-foot zone to be able to grow. It would be a 5-foot grass area to be able to zone. 3 foot is a little narrow for the trees. Typically, you need 3 feet, but would rather put 5 feet. 3 foot or 5 foot, we're still going to be in the root zone of the tree.
Yeah, exactly. If we're going to be removing the tree, I'd rather have more area for trees to be planted, because there is no overhead utility lines there, so I'd like to plant larger specimen trees. So the more rooting space we have, the better for the future.
And the vertical buffer is not an option in this case?
Meaning?
I think if I was understanding Mr. McConerty, there's an option to elevate the sidewalk to create a vertical as opposed to the horizontal buffer?
So the vertical would be a granite curb, The remainder of the road does not have granite curb. It has, has a grass strip at the edge of the road with a berm and then grass strip. If we did a curb in this area, it wouldn't fit in to the design area of it and would have to bring it back into a grass area. So it would still be affecting the grass. After we get by, it would still be affecting the roots of the tree. When you put in a vertical curb is 18 inches deep and you go 6 inches below that, so it would be 2 feet below the edge of the roadway, 5 feet away from the tree. So.
Okay, Mr. Zelinski and then Mr. Brown.
Peter, I may be wrong, but it's been my experience with these maple trees in construction that even if you did try to save them and then pave over that, they try to migrate, the roots try to migrate under the drip line and they lift the asphalt and create a problem with the asphalt and the sidewalk. Is that right?
Yes, we've tried many different things in the past. We've tried stone dust, we've tried brick, we've tried asphalt, and it does. The root zone gets up. With the maple trees, Jeremiah, of course, is the expert. With the maple trees, though, it has the high root zone, and it lifts up and breaks up the asphalt.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Brown.
I just wanted to clarify, please. When I look at this picture of this tree, it looks like it's sort of in the middle of an island, in the middle of a paved area. I don't understand how a sidewalk could be going in that location, but I drove by there. I couldn't figure out where the tree was.
Yeah, I mean, it's not in an island, it's right next to the driveway. It looks like it probably from the picture, the way I took it, but no, there's grass to the left of that. But
Okay.
just to go up on what Peter was saying and what Ms. Linsky was saying, that a red maple is a shallow rooted tree. And if we remove the root mass, one, we're going to be hurting the stability and health of the tree. But if that tree does say it lives and we do this, they're shallow rooted trees. So when we build something, it's likelihood to buckle that sidewalk down the road.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
Can you tell we like trees?
Madam Chair, I did have one
Go ahead.
comment if I could.
Go ahead, Mr. Renshaw.
And the board is probably aware, but I just wanted to make it for the record. So town planner Jed Kornack has also reviewed this application and has reminded my office that this is designated scenic road. And because of that, the planning board will have to hear this as well. Their next scheduled public hearing is October 22nd. So I'd recommend, depending upon the board's decision tonight, that the motion include that language that it's pending approval following the October 22nd planning board hearing. And that language is included in the recommended motion.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'd just like to request, if possible, in the future that we have plans or something with as Select Board Member Brown has pointed out, the one photo that we do have doesn't make it terribly clear what the area is that we're talking about and where the construction would be. It makes it rather hard to evaluate the proposal.
Anything else from the board? Any public comment regarding this application? Mr. Shearer. You have 2 minutes, Mr. Shearer?
Don't worry, I'll wait for you to get
We're
there.
not going to hit the buzzer yet. Now we will.
Dan Shearer, now living on Old Dock Road where this tree is. And it's a gorgeous tree, and it's 200 years old, and it's been there. And we need the sidewalk. So I'm afraid that when I've heard from you and I've heard from some other people that the tree really has to go. But I have also heard, and my question is, with me who walks with a four-wheel walker, it's going to be very good for me to get down to the road, and but I want to know how, with this grass strip and so forth, you are going to get it to the dock. I was told that...
Speak to the board, Mr. Shearer.
I was told that the sidewalk would go across the street and a few feet because you can't put a crosswalk in without a sidewalk on the other side, but then it would stop. And from that point on to the dock is the most dangerous part of that road. And if we're going to do it, let's do it all the way. And I don't think you can possibly put a grass strip in there. I don't think you've got room. You've got 7 feet from the tree to the road, but after you cross the street, and as you go along the side, you have about 5 feet. And I don't think, and I have been told there is no written plan yet when I was at Town Hall.
Okay, look, I'm going to give
I mean, not
Mr.
Town Hall, DPW.
I'm going to give Mr. McConerty the opportunity to answer your
I
questions.
hope so.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Scherer.
Don't push me off.
I wouldn't do that, Dan. So, yeah, so as I had mentioned earlier, this sidewalk was supposed to be completed back in 2009, was supposed to be completed in 2015, and with all the action and the traffic safety and calming measures that we're trying to do throughout town, we are going to finish the sidewalk. We're looking to shift the road a little further over, down by the dock, to be able to put a sidewalk in down there. It might not be 5 foot wide, but it'll be 4 foot wide down in that area. So you'll be able to get from the parking lot down to the dock. So it'll go down to Nashawina. We'll have a crosswalk across the roadway, and the sidewalk will go in front of, from Nashawina down to the boat ramp, and then in front of that, from the boat ramp over to the, it's not part of this project, but from the boat ramp over to the landing is, we want to finish that. So that'll be, we will have that completed, so there'll be a safe sidewalk. The goal is to, over the next year, the next year is to make this into a safety zone, 20-mile-an-hour safety zone. We're doing other areas, so there's been a lot of public comment to include this. So we are looking to finish this.
Thank you, Mr. McConerty.
Did I hear you right that the continuation of the sidewalk is not part of this project? So you won't quite get there this year, or?
It's not part of this project, but in order for us, we want to complete the project, so we're going to include it as an addition. We're going to include it. So right now, we're going from the sidewalk, from the parking lot down to the ramp. It's an extra 75 feet to get from the ramp to the landing.
So you're going to put an add-on to the project to do it?
We're going to add on to that, and we're going to play with the asphalt to be able to add on to that. And just a comment about the sidewalk, the plans, this is a basic project for Public Works. It's a simple project. So it's 5 feet of asphalt, a 3-foot grass strip, and it'll just be a continuation of a roadway. We're not rehabilitating roads or anything else. Next time we can put a plan together, it would be an internal plan, but typically when we go out, that's what we do, is we go to our contractor, and it's a basic sidewalk for them to install. But we can include it in future applications.
Put just a GIS with a little dot where.
Okay, hold on.
Right.
Mr. Zelinski's been waiting.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So I'm just, it's going to be ADA compliant, where you make your climb from the street up into the apron of the sidewalk, right?
Everything we do is required to be
Just want to
ADA
get that on
compliant.
the record, that's all.
Yep.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Any other comments? And any other public comment
Barbara Schneider.
on this applicant? Okay, Dr. Schneider?
Barbara Schneider, Precinct 4. So when we went through a sidewalk addition on Davisville, there was a lot of the same discussion, and very historic, and the trees play an important part. And the town was really creative. They actually took the time and made the effort of putting different surfaces for the sidewalk, depending on the needs of what was under the ground, meaning tree roots. Peter is glowering at me right now, I know it, but I'm sorry. I'm just saying that worked. It worked for the trees, and to be honest, the brick sidewalk of Davisville is the best conditioned sidewalk that's remaining. The rest of it isn't as good.
Have you walked it lately?
Yeah, the brick part's good.
I walked it just recently.
Yep, I do almost every day. So it's the brick part's the one that stayed together. The other parts are cracking and shifting and...
I disagree, Barbara.
Okay, I'll go with you. Want to walk tomorrow?
Sure.
Okay, good. But that's just a thought, is would it work to put something, the brick area over this one area and try and save the tree for a while? Just a compromise.
Thank you. Any comment on that, Mr. McConerty? Hold on, Mr. Shearer, I'll get to you one more time.
So the brick sidewalk, as we had mentioned, it has to be ADA compliant. Brick sidewalks, when the roots get underneath it, it does pop the bricks. It does the same, you get potholes and stone dust, you get potholes in the bricks, and eventually it does deteriorate, it does pop up and lift those bricks. The ADA compliancy, anyone walking down the roadway for tripping hazards or anything else, we want to be careful with that.
Thank you. Mr. Shearer, would you like another comment?
I have a question. Do we have to
Please
have-
speak to the board, Mr. Shearer. Thank you.
Do we have to have the grass strip? If we didn't have the grass strip, we could put a nice sidewalk in where it is. And yes, there's a grass strip up above the hill. It wouldn't change the road look at all because you can't see where the grass strip is. And we might be able to put a couple of decent trees. But the trees they're putting up this now are about as thick as this, and one is dying and the other ones are in bad shape. And I'm not asking for a tree that's going to be shaded for me, but I know to do something that the town needed or asked me to do on my property, I put in I think it was 19-foot tree. And it wasn't hard to do. It wasn't that expensive. And we could do that on the grass on the inside and still have the 4-foot sidewalk.
Thank you, Mr. Shearer. Any comments?
Yeah, just to speak on that, if even we removed, if we brought that down, took out the grass strip, you'd still be disrupting the roots to a critical level. And for the trees that we'd be replanting, we'd be looking at about 2.5, 3 inch caliper trees. So they would be pretty large sized trees, probably about 12 feet tall.
Well, then they won't match the ones that are there.
Please let him, I don't want to go back and forth on this. Thank you. Any other public comment on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to close the hearing. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Discussion amongst the board. Mr. Brown, did you want to start?
I just would say that I think the DPW director and the tree warden have made a strong case that the tree is not likely to be able to be saved, and I would move approval of the request.
I second Mr. Brown's motion.
Okay, I'm going to ask that you read the actual motion, please.
Motion to approve the application of the town engineer for the removal of one Acer rubrum red maple contingent upon planning board written consent following its October 22nd hearing to accommodate construction of an upcoming sidewalk at 31 Old Dock Road, North Falmouth, to include the planting of 3 new suitable trees, no less than 2-inch caliper, to replace the removed tree.
Again, Madam Chair, I'll second Mr. Brown's motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Mr. Muscally?
Just a process question. What happens if the planning board, for one reason, doesn't approve the application? What is the effect of our approval or motion at that time?
Mr. Renshaw?
Null and void. We cannot remove the tree. That's my understanding.
Does this motion have to have language in it, like you described?
It does. It is contingent upon.
So the planning board should make the determination that the tree not be removed due to the scenic road designation.
And if they didn't, then, I mean, in other words, if they vote not to approve it for whatever reason, then our motion is done away with, basically.
Goes
That's
away.
my
Yeah.
understanding.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
No. Those opposed? No. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to hearing number 4, application for a one-day Sunday entertainment license. Mr. Zelinski for the notice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Notice is hereby given under Chapter 140, 183 Alpha of the General Laws as amended by Chapter 299 of the Acts of 1926 and amendments thereto, that Shipwrecked LLC located at 263 Grand Avenue, Mass. Has applied for a one-day/Sunday entertainment license for an event to be held in the parking lot of Shipwrecked and the Heights Hotel, 263 Grand Avenue, on Sunday, November 3rd, 2024, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. A hearing on the above application will be held in the Select Board Meeting Room, Falmouth Town Hall, Monday, October 7th at 6:45 p.m. Comments may be made to selectboard@falmouthma.gov per order of the Select Board.
Okay, is someone here to represent the applicant?
I don't believe so, Madam Chair.
Mr. Renshaw?
I can run through this if you don't mind. So Mr. Rob Lone, the applicant representative of Shipwrecked, submitted its application for a one-day entertainment license and application for special events on August 29th of this year. As you can see in your packets, Madam Chair and Select Board, the application states that the event will take place on Sunday, November 3rd, 2024, and will involve live musical entertainment and a disc jockey. The event hours are listed as being from between 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., and during the road race, the music will be lightly amplified so as not to infringe upon the race. The event organizers anticipate over 400 people attending in and out throughout the event hours, and no vehicle traffic is to be allowed in the area, in the parking area. A beer garden will be positioned in the parking lot area, and will be staffed by TIPS certified servers. I believe in the application they provide those certification documents. Police and fire rescue departments have reviewed the application and had no objections to its approval. The building commissioner reviewed the application and also had no objections, as did the health department. And that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Questions or comments from the board?
I would just comment that I found it interesting, the letter that we received from the owner of Shipwrecked explaining all the different things that he'd done to mitigate sound on the property, including putting rubber panels between signage and a lot of innovative ideas. So even though they're not here, I would still be inclined to support this.
Any other questions, comments from the board?
I just think it's great to see Falmouth in the fall getting similar treatment, a great event for our locals that the summer Falmouth Road Race does.
Good point. Any comment from the public regarding this application? Okay, seeing none, I will entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to close the hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Discussion amongst the board?
That's good. I would
Madam Chair, I move to approve the one-day entertainment license as submitted for Shipwreck Falmouth in the Fall Road Race After Party, Shipwreck the Heights Hotel Parking Lot, 263 Grand Ave, Sunday, November 3rd, 2024, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Unanimous, thank you. Okay, we're going to go into business number 2, update, outfall data collection and permitting project. Amy Lowell, our wastewater superintendent, I saw her walk in. There you are. Okay, and I have slated you for 15 minutes.
Good evening. Make sure this is on. Okay. I wanted to update the board on the progress on the town's outfall planning and data collection and permitting since November of 2023. There's a lot to say, but I have tried to be disciplined and keep this to a summary level. First, we established a regulatory review team. The Department of Environmental Protection, Leldon Langley with the DEP, is taking a lead role in the coordination and facilitation of the regulatory review of the town's outfall planning. We've been meeting twice monthly with the DEP and other regulatory agencies that will be issuing the outfall permits. We've been meeting on specific issues with relevant agencies, including this Coastal Zone Management, the Division of Marine Fisheries, the Environmental Protection Agency, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Department of Conservation and Recreation, and the Water Management Act folks. We also met with the Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act individuals to establish a review process for the upcoming environmental impact report. So it's a lot of acronyms, but the point is that there's a lot of coordination that's going into this, and we have a good regulatory engagement on this so far. Secondly, we have confirmed the scope of the environmental data collection that's needed for the 2-year baseline monitoring program. The Ocean Sanctuaries Act requires a 2-year baseline monitoring program before permitting a new ocean outfall. So what you see on this figure is a yellow box that represents our preliminary eelgrass survey that we completed in 2022, which we thought was going to be plenty. But through a number of meetings with the regulators, we got some very good feedback, constructive feedback, that we needed basically control area. You need to not only be looking in the vicinity of the outfall, but you need a control so that you see, you monitor over time areas that are not going to be impacted by the outfall. So we have had to almost double the area that we will be surveying, and so that's the blue-green box on the outside. Also within that box, you see some circles with crosses through them. Those are the benthic sampling locations where our consultant goes and they take soil sample and they'll characterize it in many different ways, looking at the sediment and at the creatures within those samples and doing an evaluation of the condition before we propose to, put an outfall in. So this increase in scope our increase in survey area has affected the cost of the baseline survey, and that's why we'll be asking for an additional supplemental funding at this November's town meeting. But it's worthwhile, and we did know coming into this that this is no new outfalls have been permitted in Massachusetts since the Ocean Sanctuaries Act was passed. So there is some effort here in making establishing the framework for how this is going to go. So after finalizing that plan with the regulators, we began the 2-year baseline monitoring program in Nantucket Sound. So within that large blue-green box, our consultant went and completed 1 eelgrass survey through that entire area and 2 benthic surveys this year. We have been completing twice monthly from May through this month water quality sampling for dissolved oxygen, temperature, and nutrients at 3 locations. The map on the right side shows the 3 sampling locations. FOF1 is approximately is in the vicinity of where we're envisioning the outfall discharge. FOF2 is inland of that, and NTKS10 is an existing Nantucket Sound monitoring station that has a very long-term data set that we are also continuing to monitor. We've received positive initial results from the United States Geological Survey on their evaluation of the potential effect of an ocean outfall on the aquifer. So this is a very important question that the town hired or signed an agreement with the USGS to study. The USGS has done a great deal of modeling and study of the aquifers on Cape Cod, and they have done their first set of modeling runs. They recalibrated their model using the most recent pumping data and water use data, and they modeled the effect on the aquifer of discharging to an outfall instead of to land. And what this means is that they're, in the case of the scenario they're modeling is that in the new sewer areas, so the southern peninsulas where we're talking about sewering, you stop discharging to the septic systems, and you also stop discharging up at the main wastewater treatment facility. And you take that wastewater from those two sources and you discharge it to the outfall. So the initial results of that evaluation were reviewed. We had a meeting with the Water Management Act personnel. Those are the people who regulate the town's drinking water supply and the use of the aquifer, which is our drinking water supply. And I'm not going to get into the details of the results right now because the USGS has a very thorough peer review process, and they really want us to, they want to present their report in its entirety and have that be a public process. But I will just say that the preliminary feedback has been very positive. Both the results were positive, and the Water Management Act personnel were quite, we'll say positive about those results as well. So we expect to draft report in January of 2025, but we're feeling good about what we expect to be the outcome there. We have completed the permit application process for marine soil borings. The goal of marine soil borings is to characterize the subsurface environment. The way we plan to install the outfall is with directional drilling, starting at the Kite Park location and drilling out to the outfall location. And that information is needed to design the outfall and also to ultimately to bid that outfall. The contractors are going to want to have that data on the subsurface environment. So we're planning to install one soil boring or conduct one soil boring in Kite Park and 6 additional at about 500-foot intervals extending out from shore from Kite Park. The borings are about, it's just drilling, and the boring is about 6 inches in diameter and about 100 feet deep. The photograph there is of a jackup barge. That's the kind of equipment that would be used to install the marine borings. And when I said it's just drilling, we're not installing anything subsurface. They're just coring the soil, bringing it up, and bringing it back for characterization. There is some potential for noise during this operation, particularly when they're at the closer borings, but the entire operation is about 1 month, and it will be conducted during the winter. We are planning to start as soon as we get the final permit issued for this, which we expect to be mid-November, so we expect to start the marine boring work in December. Again, the plan is to do it in the winter, so we do not have disruption during our peak season. We've confirmed that the Interbasin Transfer Act does not apply to Falmouth's outfall. When we first started talking about an outfall, this issue came up a number of times. There is the Interbasin Transfer Act regulates movement of water, drinking water supply, basically, from one basin or watershed to another. And there was initial, we believed initially that this was going to be one hurdle that we would have to go through. But through extensive discussions with the regulators, we have determined that because the outfall infrastructure will be entirely within the municipal limits, and because Falmouth won't be accepting wastewater from other towns, the Interbasin Transfer Act does not apply. So it is not a hurdle we're going to have to go through. When I say it's within the town limits, the seaward, this is something that doesn't come up in my work generally, but I have learned that the seaward boundary of the town is actually 3 miles offshore. It's the boundary, but it's the outside edge of the state boundary, state water boundary. So our outfall will be within that 3-mile limit, and therefore we do not have an Interbasin Transfer Act issue. If, outfall schedule. So again, we're planning to conduct the marine borings this winter, complete the baseline data collection in 2025, apply for and receive permits. We've got a 4-year time frame in here that overlaps with some of these other time frames. There are a lot of permits. A couple of them at least can only be applied for and acquired during the design process. So we can't do those up front. Beyond that, we have to complete a draft environmental impact report, which we expect to complete at the end of next year or early 2026. Then a final environmental impact report and the design of the outfall in about 2028, and then construct the outfall from 2029 to 2032. Obviously, if we can do any of this sooner, we will do it sooner. But this is our schedule as we see it right now. Just a background summary or overall summary, the outfall is a water quality improvement project, and that's something that we have, when we meet with the regulators, we keep bringing it back to that context, that yes, there are environmental impacts that have to be considered, potential environmental impacts that have to be considered in permitting the outfall, but the whole goal of this project is water quality improvement. Sewering these densely developed areas, like the Acapesket Peninsula, like Seacoast Shores, Antler Shores, Sea Pit, sewering those areas, collecting that wastewater and treating it to a high level, and then bringing it back to the ocean for discharge actually will reduce the nitrogen load to the ocean, because the septic systems in these areas, each of these green dots on this figure is a septic system. So there's a high density of septic systems in these areas. So if you sewer these areas and treat that wastewater and discharge it offshore, you're actually reducing the amount of nitrogen that goes into Nantucket Sound from this area. Obviously, of course, you're also improving coastal pond water quality in the ponds that you're sewering on each side of, and you're avoiding the impacts of discharge to land if you were to discharge in the watershed up gradient of those coastal ponds and up gradient of the freshwater ponds that are north of these ponds. So we do have to, these are very important processes that we have to go through and ensure that we have a good baseline and that we're doing the right thing, but the context overall is that this is a water quality improvement project. Thank you. Be glad to discussion or answer any questions.
Questions from the board? I just want to make one comment. It would have been really helpful to have this presentation ahead of time. Can you forward it to the board? Because it has a lot of information.
Yep.
And it would be really helpful to have it.
I apologize for not having it to you ahead of time.
That's okay. Mr. Muscali?
Just going back to the slide about the Transfer Act and its inapplicability, and the statement that because we're not allowing other towns aren't doing. I mean, is there an interest in other towns in possibly doing it? And was that determination already made that we're not going to do that? Could you just expand a little bit on that?
So this is a complex project, and allowing the connection of other towns would make it much more complex in many different ways. We have been proceeding with the assumption that this is a Falmouth project, and we will not muddy or complicate the waters further by making it a larger regional project. This is one reason. You can get exceptions. If there were an interbasin transfer, you can go through a process and potentially get that approved by the state. I'm not saying that interbasin transfer is completely prohibitive, but it's prohibited, but it's a big hurdle. And there are lots of hurdles. If you can imagine, if we were bringing Mashpee wastewater to Falmouth and treating it in Falmouth and then discharging it off Falmouth shore, that would make this a much more complex and challenging project to permit and to fund and to pass.
I appreciate that. I guess part of my question was, has there been any interest in other towns in seeing whether or not we would be amenable to something like that? I realize it's a much more complicated process. It is. I'm just wondering, have other towns approached Falmouth about the outfall and possibilities, and we've just told them no?
There's been no formal approach or request. We did discuss this in a meeting with Mashpee recently. The assistant town manager and I were at a meeting with Mashpee and Sandwich recently, and I presented a brief summary of the town's progress on the outfall. And I was asked, hey, can we tie in too? Or, you know, is that a possibility? And I gave them the same answer I gave you, which is that's not the project we're pursuing right now.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
I'm going to go to Mr. Brown and then Ms. Goldstone.
And I was only going to follow up to say that they didn't seem overly surprised or disappointed in the answer that they received. And also, it would be very complicated to try to ship the wastewater from Mashpee to Falmouth. It's at the far side of the town, and it just wouldn't have been practical. They're going in a different direction. They've got their own sewer planning, and they're building their own treatment plant. So I think they were understanding of the answer that they received.
Ms. Goldstone?
I'm curious whether any of the planning and permitting discussions at this point allow for any potential growth in flow demand, essentially, as we think about affordable housing and densifying areas that could be on sewer.
Right. So we have been planning, we've been moving towards a 2 million gallon per day outfall. That's an average day flow. And that allows the town, so if we sewer all of the areas that the town has talked about sewering in the last, 15 years, and as well as a contingency area north of Route 28 for Great Pond TMDL, we get to about 1.7 million gallons per day. And that is a very conservative number. That's a design number. So it gives us an additional at least 300,000 gallons a day beyond that. The other way of looking at it is the water superintendent has described that in the winter, the town's overall, I believe the town's average water use for the entire year is around 4 million gallons a day. So it's about half of that. So it wouldn't be sewering half the town at summer flow, but you can imagine that it's not sewering all of Falmouth, but it is a significant, it allows a significant room for expansion in the future. So it's not infinite, because you do need to put limits on it for limiting cost. There are, you need to pick a force main size, you need to pick an outfall size, you need to permit something. So we have been working towards a 2 million gallon per day outfall.
Anything else from the board? Mr. Brown?
Is there any possibility that that number might change and adjust a little as we go down the pipe to final construction design?
There has been a lot of discussion of that number. There's been a lot of thought that's been put into it. We haven't applied for permits yet. We haven't designed it yet. But we have been saying 2 million gallons per day in all of our work so far.
The reason I ask is every time one of these other projects like the YMCA comes up, I'm like, geez, we should be thinking about more sewer districts. There should be more opportunities. I just want to make sure that we have plenty of capacity to make those future changes if we feel like we need to.
We can talk more about it at a future meeting. This number does have a lot of It does allow a lot of additional sewering. The town's existing, right now, with the sewer areas that we have, our average annual flow is about 500,000 gallons a day. So this would quadruple that,
Right.
is another way of thinking of it.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to the YMCA Aquatic Center project status update. And I'm going to hold you to your 15 minutes, Dr. Antonucci. Just let it buzz at 15 minutes. Let it buzz at 15 minutes. Just let it buzz.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Ducharme. On behalf of the Cape Cod YMCA, I thank you for meeting with us this evening. But I'm pitch hitting this evening for Stacy Pugh, who's the CEO and president of the Y. She couldn't be here this evening. She's on the tail end of COVID. So this morning she asked me to be here and do a presentation. I am a business owner in town here. I'm president of In-Season Resorts down on the waterfront over here. I also am on the board of directors of the Cape Cod YMCA. I have been for the past 13 years. I'm also on the committee facility for the Falmouth YMCA here. We've been working on this. I'm just going to round off for tonight 10 years, so we'll call it 10 years. So I thank you again for meeting with us. Tonight's agenda, we have myself. I'm going to talk about project update and design. Next, we'll have Kevin Clara to talk about land credit contribution. And in conclusion, we have Bob Antonucci. We're all happy to be with Bob. Let me give you a little bit about the project overview. The best part for me is the project feasibility, again, round off for 10 years. We surveyed several hundred people in town here as to what they would like to see at the Cape Cod YMCA in Falmouth. And first was the aquatic center, of course. That was right from the beginning. But then we went on from there for the health and wellness center, a child watch center, some community rooms within the building. And then we went into partnership with the Community Health Center of Cape Cod. So let me show you a little bit of the floor plan of that in a second. We next went into the site selection. And we have a great agreement with the Lutheran Church here in town. It took a year or two to put that together, but we did a great job with that, and they're thrilled with it. So then once we have a site, we went into early design development, and of course you need capital. So we went into a capital campaign, and we became quite successful at that. We continue to be successful with that. Next, we went into detailed project development, and here we are today in regulatory with the town, and we do have permission and approval from the Cape Cod Commission. Now we're in the final project development, and we're going through with the construction, hopefully in October of 2025. This is the site plan. It's currently owned by the Lutheran Church of Falmouth. We subdivided it, and we have about 6.15 acres. We have a shared parking scheme with the church. So for those of you who have been with the church, the pink square is the church. And if you've been there, they have their parking lot in the back, and a good part of that parking lot is a gravel dirt parking lot. So we got into an agreement with them to pave the parking lot, as you see here, and we'll maintain it over the years. As you can see from the circle, we have a great entrance into the building itself as we go further with the site development. This is the first floor. It's seated at about 43,000 square feet. As you can see, we have the aquatic center, We have the grand entrance. We have some rooms coming off to the side, gymnasium in the back. That's just the first floor. The Cape Cod, the Community Health Center in the pink right there as well. This is the second floor. Again, the Community Health Center of Cape Cod on the second floor. Then the Wellness Center is in green, and some shared rooms and some administration space on the second floor. We're going to have Kevin come up, and Kevin's going to talk about the credit.
So, thank you, members of the board. For the record, Kevin Clower, I'm an attorney here in town, and it's been my pleasure to work with the YMCA over the past few years on this project. So, the permitting process for this began in earnest over the last 6 months. We've received approval from the Cape Cod Commission, received unanimous approval as a development of regional impact, and we're about to undertake local permitting, which will include planning board for the site plan review, as well as zoning board of appeals for a few special permits, actually. So this proposed location at 485 Brick Kiln Road is located within a water resource protection district. This local zoning overlay district includes certain restrictions and guidelines of development. One of those restrictions represents what I think is the biggest remaining logistical hurdle for the project. So the Water Resource Protection District limits wastewater discharge to 7.5 gallons per day per 1,000 square feet of land area. It allows for basically a 3-bedroom home on about an acre of land. The proposed design flow for the YMCA is 7,600 gallons per day. Based on that calculation, it would require an acreage of approximately, additional acreage of approximately 17 acres. So finding developable acreage is difficult, to say nothing of finding 17 acres within the same Water Resource Protection District. However, in speaking and working with town staff, we believe we may have found a potential solution. Most of the properties within the Water Resource Protection District, I'm going to get that right the first time one of these times, are owned by the town, which includes a parcel adjacent to the high school. It's a 19.87 acre landlocked parcel, which you can see just to the northwest of the purple shaded area, which is the YMCA site. So recently we met with a number of the department heads and town staff to discuss the possibility of the town assigning groundwater discharge rights for that parcel, which would allow sufficient discharge that would make the YMCA a reality. This is, I think, the biggest obstacle that the project faces moving forward. To be clear, this assignment would not be a sale. The town would retain ownership of the land and the ability to use that land, which is currently entirely unused. It would simply be an assignment of the subsurface discharge credit. This is not without precedent. Title V regulations allow for banking and assignment of certain nitrogen credits. Though this is a local regulation and not a DEP regulation, that concept provided the basis for this request. As mentioned, we have had preliminary discussions with town staff. Those conversations have been positive and promising. Over the past few weeks, I've worked with town council, Attorney O'Keefe, to prepare a draft assignment document, which is included in your packet this evening. Our plan and hope, in speaking with Mr. Renshaw and others of his staff, are that we wanted to provide this update tonight, introduce this proposal for your consideration, and hope to be back before you shortly to further this discussion. I know Bob Antonucci wanted to add a few words, and following that, we'll be glad to address any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Down to 7 minutes.
How much? There we go. Oops. I'll get there. Good. Bob Antonucci. Nice to see everybody once again. It's a little different atmosphere than town meeting. It's great. Thanks for having us here tonight. Our goal tonight is just to present to you the Upper Cape YMCA. If you're driven by the Lutheran Church in the back of the church, you haven't gone there yet, take a ride back there and you can walk up through the path to the high school. We're excited about this project. It not only is a swimming pool, it's a community resource. Senior citizens, youth, preschool, after school, during school. It's a great facility for the town. I think it will fit into everything we've done here. We have the senior center, we have the rec center, now we have the YMCA. We have undertaken an extensive capital campaign. I'm the co-chair of it with Eileen Miskell. We have a lot of Upper Cape people. We're moving. We're excited about it. It's a resource that I think will do well for Falmouth. So we ask your support. Consider what we're asking for tonight. Hopefully we'll come back 2 weeks from now and ask for a vote, and we can get moving. We're checking the boxes off. We're doing it right. We're excited. We thank you for your effort. So in 2 weeks, please vote for it, and we'll get moving, and you can swim the first day it opens, okay? Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Antonucci.
No questions? Thank you very much. No. Hands
Questions?
back to you.
You're not going to get off that easily. Questions or comments from the board?
He is going to get off that easy.
I guess he is.
No questions. If there was a sewer connection, you'd take it, right?
I like the healthcare piece of this. So thank you for that. Go ahead, Mr. Muscali.
One question. What has been the reception of the neighbors at the new development that's adjacent to it? I know there's been some discussion, so you could just, give us an update.
So we had some initial discussions with the developer, Mr. Salamando, when he was doing his permitting, and we haven't been that engaged with them since then. They're very aware of the project. This has been a long gestating project that has been no secret through town. So this has been, on the forefront of what's coming, and I think in some levels it provides, I think, an amenity to that development. Other than that, we haven't had any real negative feedback on this project from any level of permitting.
I've stated before that I was at the Cape Cod Commission hearing, and I've never seen a project that's this big and this involved go through so quickly before the Cape Cod Commission. So I think you're on the right track.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
And no action is required from the board at this time. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the report from the Shellfish Advisory Committee.
I think someone wanted to speak.
Did you want to speak, sir? Oh, come up. About which project? YMCA?
YMCA.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Frank Shorter, and I live in Falmouth now. Moved here about 3 years ago, and I've had some success in my life as an athlete. And people who know my history know that I grew up in a very abusive situation. I had 6 sisters, 4 brothers, and all were abused. My sisters suffered everything, and grew up in a little town in upstate New York, and there was a YMCA. And the YMCA was my sanctuary. I could get out of the house. I knew he couldn't get me when I was up there because he wouldn't bother to follow me around. And I spent a great deal of time from about the age of 9 until I went away to prep school at Northfield Mount Hermon. And I always joke, and I hope this is okay that I can talk just a little more. I joke that I became so good at ping pong and pool and won so many tournaments, they figured they had to get me out of there and send me away to school. And I even remember the name of the man who was the administrator, Mr. Parmalee, because coming from where I did, I had to look for mentors. And the YMCA, in a sense, was a community mentor and the people there. And it instilled in me a desire when I came to give back to try to create and do the same kind of things on my own. If you look me up, I, in Colorado, started a road race that raised money for local school systems that wanted to have an education program for their young kids. And the teachers who wanted to teach in districts that couldn't afford it, we raised money to provide the districts with the money to provide this. And then this was for K elementary kids, for health. And then a little bit later, about 15 years ago, we started a mental health program as well to support the schools that couldn't afford to put these programs on. And in a way, it was the YMCA that instilled me with this. And it goes on now. Here, it was mentioned that the YMCA will be, you know, on one side, you have, you know, I know Helen Kennedy very well. And, you know, so I've been there and seen what she does. And then the senior center, and the YMCA will provide a middle ground for health for the citizens, but also education for the kids, because I know what it did for me. And here, to just sort of let you know how I've tried to carry that on here, I really am supporting this YMCA here, because you need a pool. How can Falmouth be on the ocean and not have a pool so that kids can learn how to swim? Because you know, it's intuitively obvious to me that you can't learn to swim in the ocean. You can't do it. And so it's logical, you know, and it's intuitively obvious. And so I think it's so important for me and my wife, Michelle, who teaches swimming, coaches triathletes, is involved in health and fitness. And we belong to basically the Gleason YMCA, but my wife likes the one here, you know, and so we would love to have it close to home, and I hope I haven't taken too much time, but I think there are a lot of people out there like me that are willing to give what I call my sweat equity contribution to it, to help raise the money. I know that they now have enough where they can go public with the fundraising, but I've been involved for a while before that. So anyway, thank you for letting me take up your time, and Bob Scally got me to come down and say this. It takes a little bit to get me to talk. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
It's a good group. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you can learn to swim at the beach, because that's where I did it.
Okay, we're going to move on to the Shellfish Advisory Committee. And I've slated you for 15 minutes, and I'm going to hold you to it.
Hi, I'm Peter Chase, Chairman of the Shellfish Advisory Committee. I'm going to be pretty quick, so get back on track. I'm just going to give a brief update on the activities of the committee over the past year. We met about every 6 weeks or so, focusing on a variety of shellfish issues that are important to the town. The town contracted oyster growers are still operating the pilot sites in the Eel River, in Eel River East, and are continuing to have success with that. As a reminder, that project was designed to both remove nitrogen from the Eel River and also generate funds for town quahog propagation through gear rentals. So I can review more of that project if you'd like after I'm done. But basically, it directly benefits wild clam harvesters and also removes additional nitrogen by introducing even more shellfish into the town's water bodies. With the funds generated by this project, the town MES department was able to seed about 2 million quahogs this year with assistance from commercial clam harvesters, and this is about a 5-fold increase in seeded quahogs over last year. The committee continues to work with the MES department on how to best utilize the town propagation budget, determine the ratio of oyster versus quahog seed to purchase, and evaluate the most suitable locations to disperse seed. This year, the town's been working on a quahog netting project with the goal of determining the best methods for optimizing growth of small quahogs and reducing mortality. This has proven to be successful, and commercial harvesters are planning to run their own experimental netting site next season. This idea came out of meetings that the committee had with neighboring towns last year. We've also finalized some changes to commercial shellfishing regulations that went into effect after a couple of years going through the process. They finally went into effect last winter, and some of those changes relate to the number of permits that will be issued, commercial catch requirements, and an expanded winter fishery. So commercial harvesters now have the option to fish on Sunday during the winter months, which gives them more flexibility with the weather. And we've continued to work with MES and the Mass Division of Marine Fisheries on getting Falmouth Harbor open for fishing during the winter months. This has also been a very long process, but we're closer than we've ever been, and we're going to continue working with DMF to hopefully open up Falmouth Harbor this coming winter. So we should know more about that in another month or two. Finally, we regularly address shellfish-related issues from town residents, so we encourage anyone from the public to reach out to us anytime if you have questions about shellfishing in town or comments on anything, any regulations that have gone through. We can be reached at shellfishadvisory@falmouthmass.gov.
Is that it?
That's it.
Awesome. Questions from the board or comments? I love this project.
I'm just happy to see how successful the program is, and thanks to you guys for helping to coordinate it.
Thank you.
Anything else from the board? Questions, comments? Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a report from the Waterways Committee. And I have you slated for 15 minutes, and I'm going to hold you to it.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this report from the Waterways Committee. And unfortunately, it starts off with kind of a sad note in losing two great committee members over the past year. Kevin Kenny, who passed away in June, was a longtime member of the Waterways and always was able to present some very important and practical solutions to some common challenges. And then, of course, Chuck Eastman of 2 weeks ago left us, unfortunately, and both of these guys were great guys, great assets to the community and to the Waterways Committee as a whole. We're going to be really miss them and miss their input. So moving on, like so many other committees, there's always constant challenges. And starting at Waquoit Bay, there was a couple of boaters there that volunteered some time to take some of the members of the board out on the water to look at some of the problems that they were concerned with. Most notably with them were two particular issues. One, the navigation within Waquoit Bay through navigational buoys, and number two was the depth of the water. So dealing with the navigational issues, they took us out in Captain Dave's boat, and we were able to visually see the issues that they were concerned about navigational aids and the lack of, or the mispositioning of them. So as a result of that, we went back to and discussed it within the committee and with the harbor master. And inside the bay and the embayment itself, we moved some of the navigational buoys around to better delineate the channel itself. And then on the entrance channel, that's a very popular channel for people to beach their boats on the west side of the channel. So it kind of narrows the channel down, and it's not really marked at all there. So the Waterways Committee has decided to put a new marker, a green day buoy, at the end of the inside of the channel there. And on the east side of that channel, It's a little bit controversial because the land actually belongs to the town of Mashpee, where a buoy would have to go. So we're working with the Mashpee Harbor Master to negotiate an area where we can put that buoy to increase the navigational channel so that it's better delineated for the general public. So we're working on that, and I think we're close to completing that part of it. But then the entrance to the issue of dredging to meet the needs of the boaters in the area. The Woods Hole group was hired a couple of years ago to do the engineering and the permitting, and they completed that. Unfortunately, the material that would be required to be dredged out to meet the needs of the boating public were of a grain size that were not compatible. We initially tried to negotiate with Washburn's Island to re-nourish a marsh area there, and it just was not going to work because of the chemical makeup and the whole scientific part of it. It wasn't going to work. We further went to the Joint Base Cape Cod to see if we could dispose the spoils there, but there was some limitations there as well. The Woods Hole group continued to look at upland sites to dispose of the spoils, and they also looked at offshore sites where you could load it onto a barge and take it offshore, and the cost of doing that was exorbitant. So we're still trying to come up with a reasonably financially responsible way of disposing of the spoils, but it really doesn't look very positive at this time. There's adequate depth for average boaters to go in and out of there. The critical area is where there's a channel that goes off into the Mashpee area, into Little River. In that intersection there, it's a little bit challenging, but it just restricts the bigger draft boats from going in and out of there at a low tide. They'll just have to navigate through the high tides there. So we're kind of at a standstill there, unfortunately, but we'll keep working at it, see what we can do. And also, to compound the problem, overall dredging, the county dredge reassessed their operation expenses, and the cost per yard of dredging is doubling. It was around $12 a yard. It's going up to around $26 a yard. So that's another factor that entered into the cost of trying to dredge any place, and then trying to dispose of it. So we're kind of at a standstill at Wacoit Bay as far as any dredging goes, but we're making some headway on the navigational part of it. Moving over to Eel River, this is a real safety issue. It's a real hazard. Anybody that's gone in and out of Eel River may know that it's a real problem area. Before I got here tonight, I got a letter or an email from Bill Erickson from the Seacoast Shores Association. They have over 500 signatures supporting the project of trying to widen that inlet out, and they are forwarding those signatures and the petition to the DCR. And it's a challenging activity. Greg Frazier and I, the harbor master, we started it off a couple months ago talking with Tona Marie Rogers, the manager of the Washburn's Island, and the basic thing was to try to take about 35 feet of land off the spit where it encroaches on the channel, to dredge about 35 feet of that land off of there. And because Washburn's Island is controlled by Webner and more importantly, at this point, DCR. When we met with Tona Marie and explained the situation, she understood it completely and understood the safety aspects of it that we're trying to deal with, and she said that she would go further and discuss it with DCR, which she did. And then there was a subsequent meeting with a couple of DCR reps, local reps, Tona Marie, myself, and the harbor master. We went out and took these people out on a boat and showed them exactly what was going to be done, and more importantly, what was going to happen with the spoils of the dredge material. And the plan was to move it along the spit eastward to an area that was a depressed area that actually in the 90s in Hurricane Bob, it breached that area, so it made kind of a depression in there. So the plan was to take the spoils from this area at the end of the spit, the west end of the spit, and move them to there. So as a result of that meeting, it was kicked upscale to the DCR, Department of Conservation and Restoration, Recreation. It's in their hands now. And it gets more complicated because it triggered a term called green docket. I don't know how that relates to this, but it does anyway. But it's an internal review process within the DCR, and they are internally reviewing this thing. I just got an email earlier this afternoon, or later this afternoon, from Greg Frazier, who received it from Tona Marie, explaining that the DCR is meeting frequently and exploring all the options and checking all the things that other agencies are weighing into the issue. And it looks like that, I'm not sure that they're going to make a decision in a very short period of time. We're trying to get this done before the time of year restrictions kick in January 15th of 2025. So we're trying to get this done. And then to further complicate this, because it's state land, there's some article, state law of some sort that says you can't take state land. And we're trying to explain to them we're not really taking it, we're just moving it from here to here. They don't believe that. So I don't know where that's going to go either. So it's really, really kind of in DCR's hands. The Seacoast Shores Association is really trying to put a lot of pressure on it. We've contacted Dave Vieira to get him involved in it as well. And I think, Doug, you might have got into it a little bit too, to try to push things along here a little bit. And we'll see how it's going to go. It's frustrating because we know that we've got a short window to try to get it done before the 2025 boating season. And the critical thing is that if anybody's been there, it's a real dangerous safety hazard. So whatever we can do to get that done is critical and important to get it done. That's where we are there. Moving further west, the Green Pond and Great Pond channels and inlets were dredged. And again, because of complications with the dredge equipment, we ran out of the time of year restrictions, and we had to apply for a waiver, which we were able to do, making some concessions here, there, and yonder. But the projects did get done in time for the boating season in May, so that was good. In that same area, there's a big thanks to the Augusta family in Falmouth Lumber for their donation of a new dinghy dock for the Green Pond dinghy dock system. So that was a well-received donation. Moving to Falmouth Harbor, the annual dredging there took place. It was conducted prior to the 2024 season, part of the 10-year comprehensive dredging permit. Simpson's Landing, if you're not familiar with Simpson's Landing, that's where the clam shack is, and the the bulkhead there is being replaced. It's been permitted, and we've sent it out for bids. The bids have been received, and they're scheduled to be open on October 26th. So that, I believe, is all funded as well. Eel Pond at the last, Eel Pond and Woods Hole at the last Waterways Committee last week, we voted to build a ramp to the dock for easier access for the people in the area that have dinghies on the dock there. The Great Harbor Boat Ramp, that's been permitted, engineered, permitted, and that's been funded. Bids have been out, and the bids have been received, and they'll be opened on October 26th as well. Going around the corner, heading north into West Falmouth, the old boat ramp there was demolished, and a new boat ramp was constructed to the pleasure of a lot of the people in that area. In North Falmouth, I guess Wild Harbor, we did a little bit of dredging there. I had to take a dock out, a dinghy dock out, and dredge some more spoils out of there and put the dock back in place. Then we moved to Megansett, and we are getting closer to dredging the inlet channel going into Megansett. That also became complicated because the part of that channel is in the town of Bourne, so the town of Bourne had to have it go through their process of their waterways and their Conservation Commission. And just the beginning of the end of last week, we got the order of conditions from the town of Bourne to go forward. And then the goal was for us to roll this into the 10-year comprehensive permit. And the new dinghy docks for Megansett Harbor have been constructed by the Upper Cape Vocational School, and they're on-site, ready to be installed. And between the Waterways Committee and the Megansett-Squeetiga Association, we're developing a plan to design and fund a new outhaul system for storage of in-water.
Sir, you're at your time, and I'd like to give the board just an opportunity if they have any questions or comments.
That's great.
Okay?
I was just finished.
You,
Perfect.
I got it. Questions
you.
or comments? Ms. Goldstone.
Quick question. The chemical analyses of the dredge spoils, are those something, I should know this, but are those something I can find on the website or that you could share with us? I'd just be curious to learn more about what those results have been.
I can do that. I can do that. Basically, it's too fine a material. Common terms, it's mud. And it's not well received in a lot of places because they're very, very fine. It's not like beach sand. Beach sand is much coarser than this product, this material here. There's some little question about chemical, but it's more the grain size. But I can do that.
Other questions or comments? Mr. Brown?
I would say I'd like this board to consider drafting a letter to the Department of Conservation and Recreation to advocate for that modification to the Washburn Island spit. It's a real public safety hazard over there, and I think the more that we advocate for it, I think it would be helpful. So maybe on one of our next agendas, we might be able to have a letter.
Okay. Anything else from the board? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
You as well. Okay, number 6, under business, acting as trustees of the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund, reconsider application from Bushwood 545 Main Street LLC, Michael Galasso, for $2.4 million for 30 units of rental housing located at 545 Main Street. Okay, we've been down this road a couple of times, so I'm going to start right off with the board asking you questions.
Sure.
Okay?
Good evening. Thank you, Michael Galasso, 107 Lakeview Ave.
Questions from the board?
I don't have questions. I saw that we have a new target figure of $465,000 for acquisition, and I think that's great. seems to be the number that will work for you, right?
I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
Mr. Galasso, I think at our last meeting, you said that you could continue to work if you did not get the 850, but that it would make it a little bit easier if you got a higher amount, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And then at our last select board meeting, you told us that you, about a mass development 80% loan guarantee program, right?
That's correct.
Okay. If you had obtained the 80% loan, you would have needed only $285,000 from the town. Is that correct?
That's correct. That was on the previous.
Okay.
And if
so-
I may, I want to make sure you
yes, because
understand.
I have questions. Go ahead.
That's not a loan from Mass Development.
Okay.
Mass Development will guarantee to a lender, who we haven't secured yet, that they will guarantee amount of a loan over 50% loan to value. 50% is the normal amount that a lender will lend on this project. We haven't secured a lender yet. We have a lender who's written a letter of intent for a 75% loan to value. That's what helped us get to the
Okay,
480 number.
because I went back and listened to to our meeting, and I understood that you had told us about a mass development 80% guaranteed loan program.
They will
So-
guarantee a lender.
Okay, that was not clear to me.
Okay.
Which is why I'm asking the question.
Sure.
And then I had another question on the bank loan of $3,075,000 and the seller's second mortgage of $1 million, which gets you to close to the acquisition price, correct? Of
Yes, that's
4.1?
right. The seller will take back $1 million.
Right. So just help me understand. So if I'm right, the requested town contribution of $465,000 and the developer's contribution of $250 are needed to cover the closing costs of the
Well,
$51,000?
If you look at the sources and uses that was provided, that showed
Mm-hmm.
you how we were going to spend all the money that was going to be needed in order to close on the property.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
We
so-
wouldn't, as I said before, we would not use the town's money to pay for those expenses. We
Okay.
would only use the town money for the acquisition.
Okay, and then the real estate taxes, insurance, and utilities for the next year, like $138,000, and the interest reserve of $276,000 and a $300 cash account the bank requires of the developer. Are all those correct? Do I have my numbers
Yes,
correct?
those are correct. Those are included in the letter that we have from Stoneham Bank.
Okay. And your loan for $3,075,000 is at 9% interest only, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the interest for 1 year, and correct me if I'm wrong in my math, I've never been a good math student, would be $276,750, correct?
That sounds correct. Again, that's in the letter of intent, and that's the
Okay,
reserve
yeah,
account.
and I'm going through what you gave us and then what you said at our last meeting. So if the bank requires that interest reserve fund, I think I may have alluded to this last time, to be set aside in that amount, where will that money to pay that interest come from when the year's up if the reserve fund isn't there?
So when the bank funds, part of what they fund will be that interest reserve. So that's included in their $3,075,000.
Okay, so the town's money is not funding the interest reserve fund?
No.
Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure, and I want it on record.
Yes.
And then the seller's taking back $1 million at 8% interest, which comes to about $80,000 a year for 1 year or likely more.
Yes.
Where's
1 year.
that coming from?
Well, it's interest that's deferred. It's deferred for that 1 year or 18 months. And then that would be paid out of the proceeds when we fund the whole project.
Okay, and if the town's $465,000 is to be structured as a loan, okay? Am I right that in the case of default, the town's interest would be third in line, would be behind a bank, would be the first, seller would be the second?
That's correct.
So the town of Falmouth, to the tune of $465,000, would be third on the list?
That's correct.
Okay,
And typically, if I may add to that, typically the town would get rights if there was a default in either the first or the second. The town would have rights to cure those defaults if it wanted to protect its interest. So even though you're in third position, you have some rights that you would have in case of a default.
And in this structured loan of $465,000, can the town charge interest of 3%?
Sure.
That's something that we can do? I didn't think, this is what I'm confused about, and I can't seem to wrap my head around it. So you're saying the town cannot charge interest on a loan?
The town has no ability, the town has no ability to charge interest for these affordable housing fund loans.
Okay, so that to me was like that didn't make sense to me.
I'm wondering what the town inability is not to charge interest on the loan.
That would have to go to legal counsel. That's, I don't know the answer to that.
The Enabling Act for the Housing Fund doesn't permit it.
I'm sorry?
The Enabling Act for the Housing Fund does not permit the town to charge interest. We're not a bank.
So it can't be structured as a loan with charging 3% interest, is what you're saying?
But it can be structured as a loan, just you can't charge interest, right?
Correct.
Right, but I thought there was talk about charging 3% interest. And this is where my confusion is, that
Well,
so
I think maybe Mr. Galasso was willing to pay the interest.
Yeah,
but it's just
3%
not
interest is very normal on loans that are provided for affordable housing projects that are provided by the state or the town. For instance, our loan that we have from the state on Megantic Crossing has a 3% interest to it, plus a share of the cash flow.
Okay, but what I'm hearing from our town council is that as a town, we are not allowed to charge 3% interest on that $465,000 loan. So that has created some confusion for me.
Madam Chair, can I just make
Yes,
a comment?
Mr.
I'm sorry to
Renshaw.
interrupt. So I'll take the blame for that. I inserted that bullet point in your backup packet, in your packets, because that was based on a conversation during that September 30th meeting. Mr. Galasso, during that discussion, introduced that. I wanted it for the record that it was an opportunity. Since learned through town council that we cannot recoup or charge interest, and I understand that. Regardless, or nevertheless, as Select Board Member Brown indicated, that loan would be repayable upon a select, and I think during that same meeting on September 30th, Mr. Galasso suggested a 15 or 30, whatever we structured that term to be, that total amount would be repayable. And in the past, I understand the town would only recover that on default of the loan. This would be an opportunity after the term of 15 years, perhaps, to recoup that entire.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Muscali.
So there will be further negotiations or discussions between your office and Mr. Galasso with respect to the actual terms of this loan? Is that correct?
Any other questions from the board? And I just have to say that I'm also part of the Affordable Housing Working Group that came to consensus, not once but twice, that the $250,000 was what they agreed upon. And I was part of that discussion. Any other questions from the board? Go ahead, Mr.
A comment,
Muscali.
if I may.
Yes.
I certainly appreciate and commend the town manager and Mr. Galasso for, as per what was at least the majority consensus at the last meeting, that there be some discussion to see if we could narrow the gap between what Mr. Galasso was originally asking for, which was $850, and what the recommended amount was of $250. It should be pointed out, and I think everyone understands, there's risk even at $250. So the fact of the matter is that if it's $465, there's, even if it's $250, the town still has a certain, measure of risk. So I commend them for getting together. I do want to support the request when it comes, but I do want to make an issue, or had an issue with the department recommendation. And the recommendation states that it is evident from the board discussion at the last meeting that a majority of the board has a greater appetite for risk than what was reflected in the staff recommendation presented at the prior meeting. I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but being in that majority, I don't have a greater appetite for risk. That was not where I'm coming from. Obviously, none of us have a greater appetite for risk, I was coming from a point where, given the size and scope of the project, it warranted, in my opinion, more than the amount of 250. And I agree that a 465 is a better number. But to suggest that the majority has a greater appetite for risk, I don't think that's really where at least I was coming from. It's not a matter of greater risk. It's a matter of this particular project and trying to narrow that gap to get this project done. It's a worthwhile project, everyone has said from the beginning. So just wanted to clarify with respect to the department recommendation.
And I totally understand that. I also think that going from 250 to 465 is certainly almost, it really is increasing our risk. So I agree with what you're saying in terms of how it was relayed, but we are increasing our risk, and we're increasing our risk with taxpayer money. So I'm not sure that that's the right way to go. Mr. Brown.
I would say that we did agree that it would be the board's responsibility if we did take on this additional risk. I feel like that I said I would be willing to take on additional risk because of the value that I feel like this project brings to Main Street and the value that'll be lost of that seasonal housing opportunity. So that's why I'm willing to take on more risk, because I feel like it's a good project and I'd like to support it and make sure it happens. I think there's more risk in underfunding it than there is in funding it at the proper level.
I certainly agree with...
I'm going to go to Mr. Zielinski, and then I'll go back.
I don't think we're underfunding it, Doug. I think he's asking us to throw more money at front-end loading the purchase price. I think we've been pretty adequate with funding this project and the money that we appropriated for it.
Oh, in total, for sure.
So when we talk about being in favor of this project, we're all in favor of this project. I think we are. My heartburn with this is front-end loading the purchase price. We'll have more money into the purchase price than they will. And I'm getting backlash from the people that I talk to about it. They like the project, but they don't want to front-end load a purchase price on a piece of property like this when $250,000 were proposed. And I mean, that's enough for me.
Mr. Muskelli?
No, it's really semantics. I mean, I don't think we necessarily have a greater appetite for risk. I think weighing the pros and the cons of the project, this is a $4 million or $3 million ask, or whatever it comes down to, and $250,000, whereas we're given similar amounts to projects 1/3 the size. So in my feeling, it's not really a greater appetite for risk. It's something that's warranted given the size and scope of the project and what it's going to bring to the town, something that's needed, and that's where I am. And I will support the recommendation.
So do you want to put the motion forward?
I'll make the motion.
If you could read it directly, that would be
I
great.
move that the Select Board, acting as trustees of the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund, award $2,400,000 to Brushwood 545 Main Street LLC for the creation of affordable housing at 545 Main Street, to be awarded as a loan secured by a mortgage on the property, of which $465,000 will be awarded for the acquisition of the property located at 545 Main Street, and $1,935,000 for the construction of 30 affordable deed-restricted rental units, with the condition that 3 of the units deed-restricted at 120% AMI be further deed-restricted to 100% of the AMI, and to authorize the town manager to execute the documentation setting forth the terms of the financial award to Brushwood 545 Main Street LLC.
I would second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Okay, we're going to move on to reconsider the
Thank you.
the
Good luck.
Eversource Martha's Vineyard cabling project, revised project schedule, and approval of proposed amended memorandum of understanding.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to pick this conversation up where we left it. The matter was tabled during the September 9th Select Board meeting. Since that time, DPW Director Peter McConerty and myself had an opportunity to meet several times with representatives of Eversource to discuss a potential amendment to the original Memorandum of Understanding. As you all know, Surf Drive is the next section of the work to be undertaken with regards to this project. Eversource has been working with the Department of Public Works on improving the town's infrastructure during this cabling project. And I wanted to point out to the Select Board, although it's been mentioned before, I think it warrants me pointing it out again, that these improvements are aimed at addressing significant flooding issues in the Thomas Lane area of Surf Drive, and in addition, replacing about a 100-year-old water line in that area as well. Eversource will be performing directional drilling from the Mill Road and Surf Drive beach parking lots. At the last meeting, September 9th, there were some comments made in relation to concerns about folks that are in the process of purchasing beach stickers, beach passes, having access or not having on the parking space and access to that Surf Drive beach next to the beach house. During these negotiations over the past couple weeks with Eversource, we also got a commitment from Eversource that they would utilize approximately half. If you visualize a line north-south from Thomas Lane extending straight through that parking lot area, it would leave about 50 or so parking spaces closest to the beach house for folks to use as parking. So I think we've addressed that concern in regards to access to the beach house to purchase parking stickers. So that portion of the parking lot would be clear. In addition, Eversource has agreed to amend the original memorandum of understanding, which you have included in your packets tonight, to include a 7-day work week and to use commercially reasonable efforts to complete the directional drilling operations by May 2nd of 2025, provided that the town allow 24-hour, 7-day-a-week drilling operations for a restricted 30-day extended hours period. And in discussions with Eversource, Peter and I really tried to get them to narrow that time period, that extended hour period. And we were told that period would likely, they anticipated being between mid-February and mid-March. But again, a very specific 30-day period where they would be requesting to go 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The draft amended Memorandum of Understanding provides that in the event drilling activities are delayed to matters beyond Eversource's control within this extended hours period, including but not limited to inclement weather conditions, that any lost days or days that are otherwise lost to the project be added on the end of this 30-day period. So in essence, they would get the full 30 days to operate that drilling operation 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In addition to the improvement work, the drainage improvement work on Thomas Lane and the water line replacement, the 100-year-old water line replacement along the Surf Drive corridor, Eversource has also agreed, if Select Board approves this amended MOU, which is included in your packet, Eversource has also agreed to compensate the town an additional $300,000 or $10,000 a day. In discussions with Peter McConerty, there is a significant critical need to make improvements to Fresh Pond Culvert, and a portion of this, well, the $300,000 would be a significant portion. It's over a $1 million project, I believe, so it would be a significant contribution to the town towards making these culvert improvements under Surf Drive to relieve issues that we experience in Fresh Pond. In addition, there's some information included in your packet that the Eversource representatives prepared in regards to the sound attenuation curtains. We discussed this, I believe, during the September 9th meeting. Those sound attenuation curtains would be installed, and we're told to significantly reduce decibel reading levels. I'll allow the Eversource folks to state it, but I believe that within a 150-foot radius of the drilling operations with these curtains installed, they have data to show that it's about a 40 decibel noise level. There's some information in your packets, the summary document, that kind of equates that 40 decibels to what people experience in their everyday lives. So, Madam Chair and Select Board members, again, I want to thank Peter and I want to thank the Eversource representatives. It's my recommendation that the Select Board approve tonight this amended memorandum of understanding, allowing this project to move forward. And between Peter and the Eversource reps that are here, and thank you for your patience, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, we've been down this road before, so let's start this with questions from the board. Mr. Muscali.
Yeah, Mr. Renshaw, is there any way that we can somehow objectify the term inclement weather? I mean, to me, and I appreciate going, you know, the cooperation that's been going on. Inclement weather's somewhat amorphous as far as it goes. I'm just wondering if there's any discussion or any way that we can more define exactly what we consider inclement or under the standard, whether it's, you know, amount of rain, you know, wind, whatever. I leave it to smarter than me to come up with some idea. But if there was a way to define it more than just adding that at the end, inclement weather, I'd prefer to see that in the memorandum of agreement with some definition.
Mr. McConerty?
What the option can be is that it's to construction standards of directional drilling. The operations are going to be onshore and also in the water, so it's per the ocean of the cruiser being on the water to be able to do the drilling and on the onshore. You can hold it towards construction standards of directional drilling. It's more than just inclement weather.
Thank you, Peter. And Chairman and Select Board Member Muscali, that's my recollection of a couple of meetings, most recent meetings we had with Eversource, and maybe they can talk to this directly, but it was the seas, the high seas. It's not so much the drilling, the HDD operations in the parking lots, obviously. It's the tenders, the boats in the high sea conditions, 4 foot. I don't know what that number was, but perhaps the Eversource.
So it's really not inclement weather, it's really the condition of the seas, as far as that goes, and that would be a better standard to tie that, you know, add on, if you will. So, thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Renshaw, and Ms. Muscali, I do understand. Here's the issue.
Could you introduce yourself?
I'm sorry, Jacob Vaught, project manager from Eversource. I apologize. I do understand, but the problem is we can't really concretely define heavy weather. Now, I can tell you what the limits are for my driller. My driller cannot operate in 4 foot of seas or 21 knots of wind, or as we call it around here, every single day. However, that's their minimum threshold. They have to have that in contract language with us. I will tell you this, it benefits the driller not at all to have a standby day for weather. They make no money. They do not get reimbursed. They don't get anything additional. So every weather day they have to take and stop work, it is because it is severely inclement to, as Mr. Renshaw said, the water side. The drilling, we could drill in anything, ice, sleet, snow all day. We have a barge out there that supports pulling the what we call the whole mandrel through and guiding the hole. So that's the problem. It's just getting on and off the barge. They can work on the barge in more than 4 foot seas, but they can't do crew transfers, they can't do other, and this won't necessarily always be within a 24-hour period. Sometimes we may be shut down for 4 hours. We will prorate that. We won't ask for an entire day for a 4-hour shutdown as well.
I'll go to Mr. Brown and then Ms. Goldstone.
I feel like we should probably approve this, but what I'm going to ask is there any chance that as the project gets started, things are going well, that you might not need to use the 24-hour approval?
I would love not to. As we spoke about in your other projects here this evening, risk is the real driving factor for us. The original schedule was built for 7 days. The original estimate of what we did was built on 7 days. Obviously, the MOU was for 5 because we expected to be drilling last year. We've looked at it and said in order for us to guarantee even trying to be out of there by May 15th, 7 days is necessary. Can we probably be out of there earlier? Absolutely. But we'd have to hope, and hope is never a strategy. So with 7 days alone, we might be able to get out of there by May 15th. But with the 24 hours on the front side, I will have a very clear picture of when we will be done, and it almost guarantees success far beyond that. We keep talking about May 15th, May 2nd. Ultimately, if we don't experience severe heavy weather and we have no other conditions go wrong, which it's construction, things will go wrong, but within a tempered environment, we do anticipate being out of there in April. But we have to plan for the worst.
Right.
Ms. Goldstone?
So I'm curious, and I appreciate the work done, the negotiations to free up half the parking lot. I'm curious whether doing so in any way affects the effectiveness of the drilling that's going on there.
Well, Mill Road, it should be clear, will be inaccessible. That parking lot is going to be, but at Surf Drive, no. Where we're going to be conducting all our work and where we will also have the security fence and the noise curtains, everything else, it will not affect anyone else. We'll also have on-site personnel, security and details and everything else to ensure the public safety, but no.
I'm just asking because I feel like in every other aspect of the MOU, we've actually taken steps backward from the town's perspective from the last time we heard it. It was a request to go to 7 days, that you might need to come back for 7-day operation. Now we're hearing it has to be 7 days and it has to be 24 hours a day for a month, and we might still need additional 24-hour operations. So I don't understand why that's constantly ratcheting up. And I will say that while I appreciate the additional funding to the town, there may well be reasons why this doesn't work, but I don't understand why we can't start the work earlier to avoid the 24/7 operations and this uncertainty on the other end. I know Google is not everything, but a quick Google search shows that you can rent a directional drilling unit for a month for a lot less than $300,000 that you're offering the town.
Oh, absolutely. Ms. Goldstone, so the problem is never drills. I can get a drilling crew and a drill anywhere, anytime. I can get you 8 drills. It is the sea component, unfortunately. The barge that we talk about that is weather limited, those are very hard to come by, especially given the state of offshore wind. Right now, there's about 4 companies that are doing it. They're all fully booked. We've even looked into this. We have, because we want to get out of here as soon as possible. And you have a mobilization timeline of about 4 months. And right now, if we mobilized yesterday, we still wouldn't make that window, but there were no units available.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
If you guys get started, excuse me. If you get started with the directional drilling and a bunch of people send us emails saying, oh my God, I haven't been able to sleep in a week, can we put a pause on it if we give you more time to work? I mean, just to throwing it out there. I'm not really that familiar with the process. I don't think we had any complaints at the last time when we did it, but I don't think we worked through the night either.
No, you definitely didn't work through the night last time. It was 7 days, but there was no work through the night. That is true. I will tell you that I don't know how to answer that. Could we? Of course we could, but that's the reason of the lucrative commitment from Eversource and also the water main work as well as all the dewatering. That's a lot of that is to be a good partner and a good neighbor, understanding that if we move forward, we have to have for scheduling a very clear picture. And there will be complaints, but it won't be from the machinery noise. It'll be from the coming and going of a crew. It'll be from the turnover. Somebody dropped a pipe when they were trying to load something and that resonated out. It would be very ignorant to think that we're not going to get some people that are upset with the 24-hour operations.
Questions? Go ahead.
I'm still really concerned about the commercially reasonable efforts to be out by a certain date. We have no guarantee of what the actual end date would be, and I would love to see there be a very strong incentive for Eversource to be out of there. And if we're talking about $10,000 a day for 24/7 operations, I wonder if we'd consider putting, after this date, there is compensation for every day that we're continuing to drill into our beach season.
So I can answer that to a sense. Once the 24 hours operations have completed, we will know with 90% certainty of down to almost the day where we're going to be out of there. It is my intention to work with Mr. Renshaw and have a weekly meeting where I'm providing him very detailed, through Mr. Burt, very detailed project schedule, updates, where we are. We also have a commitment. If we get to that finish line or close to that finish line and we can't complete and we have to shut down, there is a double-digit million dollar impact to us. We can't, and that's something that we would have to eat. We're not looking to do that. We're looking to limit risk as much as possible. So if we know that we are nowhere near or even too close to that finish line, we are going to pull out and then reassess.
Any other questions or comments?
Taking any?
Any public comment? Dr. Schneider? And then I want to hear from Mr. McConerty.
So I just have a question. I just heard that we're really limited by a piece of equipment that's fully booked up until the time they're going to start. And that piece of equipment is involved with water during our worst storm seasons. So it would seem to me where we really get in trouble is that the jobs going on prior to our job get delayed and they don't get that piece of equipment to even start when they think they're going to start. So I want to know how we handle that and what we're going to do as we get to it being March and they look at the equipment not being available now till end of March or April 1. It's a real possibility. And we're already seeing this storm season be quite intense early. So I just am looking at reality, I'm listening to what I'm hearing here, and that is something that hasn't been addressed, but it's a real issue for me. So I hope we'll talk about that before we end this tonight and know what would happen. And when is he going to know? And do they just call it off and not start? It sounds to me like they have an end time no matter what. What is that end time for them so we know what they're really looking at as an end deadline? Because I haven't heard that either. Thank you.
Okay. Can you answer that? Sure. And then I'd like to hear from Mr. McConerty.
Yes, ma'am. So to the first part, the mobilization of the barges, that has already started to commence. We have already ascertained the assets that we are using, and we have already started the mobilization process. So the 2 assets for the seaside are already committed and ready for this project and already starting to ramp up for exactly this. To the second piece, forgive me, what was the second piece was the end date. So we do have environmental. Let's talk about, there's 2 end dates. There's the environmental one, and then there's the town according to the MOU. The MOU is the most stringent right now. It is, it says Memorial Day, which is May 26th of this coming year. So that's obviously would scare anybody on this board right now. We have committed to May 15th, and we are committing to May 2nd if we can get the 24 hours. With the understanding, we put in that commercially reasonable effort for the understanding that we hit a VW bus that's buried in the sound. I mean, that's something we didn't expect. We have to change out a drill head. It takes us a day or 2. We can't account for that. We do believe we're going to be out there well before that. But the environmental restriction, because of the plovers and everything else, we've asked for a relief on that, and that is out to June 15th. But that far exceeds the more stringent of the MOU, which is the 26th.
Okay, Mr. McConerty?
As you've heard, I think everybody that's in the construction business, there's challenges that you don't know. It's the unknown. It's like digging underground. You don't know where you're going to hit. You don't know you're going to come across. I will say that Eversource, to this point, has been working well with the town. They've been working well on Jones Road. They've been working well on the Mill Road. They've done more paving and done more asphalt, and there has been some work to do within the Mill Road parking lot. Their contractor has come in and done that work through the Conservation Commission. to clean out the swales in that area to make the roadway perform better with the drainage. So I will say to this point, Eversource has been good with their working conditions. Again, you know, I have no control over the weather, but I have worked for this town for 17 years. I've worked with, not these individuals from Eversource, but I have worked with Eversource individuals before. Barbara Schneider, I've worked with her before. Bikeways Committee, I worked with them before. My name's also on this, right? I'm with the town, I'm gonna be with the town about many more years. I wanna go out on a high note, I don't wanna go out on a low note. So I can say that Public Works, we're gonna be down there on a daily basis watching the work. We have been, and we're gonna continue to watch it. Weather conditions, you can't guarantee them, they're hard to tell, but I think, as Jacob had said, is that he's added enough lead time within the schedule, within his time frame. If he's thinking he can be out there in April and he's calling it to be mid-May or May 2nd, I think that's the best shot that we have. The work does need to get done. We have to come to some kind of consensus that the work needs to get done. They're done with Jones Road, they're done with Mill Road, they're gonna be starting the bike path, they're gonna be starting Surf Drive. It's the directional drilling. They did it back in 2014, they're gonna have to do it again.
Thank you. And so what I think I heard you say is that you have the equipment for this project and that there is no chance that your equipment will be held up on another project.
Correct.
Correct? Okay, I just want to say that for the record. I thought that's what I understood. Any other questions or comments from the board?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion if I can.
Go ahead.
Make a motion to approve the amended memorandum of understanding as presented and to authorize the town manager to execute the memorandum of understanding.
I would second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 4-1. Thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
you're welcome. Thanks for your work. Okay, we're going to move on to consider approval of a variance to the sign code, 814-32, off-premises signs, size and content. The Irish Goodbye Pint House. Someone here for the applicant? I don't know where this is.
That was right near Taylor Rental.
I've never seen it.
It's been,
Thanks, Peter.
It's been several different things recently.
Yeah.
Okay, because I've never seen it.
Yeah.
Got some apartments right behind it.
It's weird. It's a weird location. It's a weird site with the houses there. And
Welcome, hello.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Mr. Rencher, do you want to kick this off at all, or do you
No,
want
Madam
to
Chair.
turn it to the applicant?
Thank you.
Okay,
My name is Mark Colangelo, and my wife is the owner of the Irish Goodbye Pint House, should be open in a few weeks. And I've been dealing with Eleanor regarding the signage for the project. One of the signs that has been there historically over the last, I believe, 20-ish years, the sign pole is on town land. Eleanor in the building department directed me to the select board, more specifically Diane, to ask permission to put our sign on that sign pole.
And
questions?
It's a typical sign that would be on-premise, but we're allowing it to be off-premise. Typically, off-premise signs are much smaller, but this seems like a logical request to me.
Eleanor said that we have met all the requirements for all the signage, actually, but more specifically, this sign meets all the requirements, height requirements, square footage requirements set forth by the sign code.
If it were on-premise, but because it's off-premise, it changes.
Oh.
So that's why you're here.
Yes.
Questions from the board? Go ahead.
Can I just clarify, is this in addition to an on-premise sign or instead of, because of the configuration of the property?
So this property historically has had a roof sign, and this sign, the sign that the sign pole that we want to attach our sign to has historically been part of this property. So the last 5 or 6 businesses has used this sign pole, and we want to continue to use it now that we're there.
Any other questions or comments?
That doesn't look like we have any
Would
public
anyone
hearing.
like to,
I would like to make a motion I make a motion to approve the request for a variance to sign code section 184-32, off-premise signs, size and content, the Irish Goodbye Pint House, 444 North Falmouth Highway, as presented.
I second Mr. Brown's motion, Madam Chair.
okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Okay, we're going to go to business number 10, vote article recommendations for November 2024 town meeting. Mr. Renshaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I went back over the past couple of years of this process, and I think the easiest way, Madam Chair and Select Board, if you don't mind, is allow me to kind of make some introductory comments about kind of where we're at and where we need to get to, and then I'll go through each of the 10 articles as part of the November town meeting warrant that Select Board is within their purview. So as I just mentioned, there are 10 articles for which the board will submit the formal recommendation to town meeting. These recommendations will be printed in the town meeting warrant and distributed to all town meeting members. As you all likely know, the Finance Committee submits recommendations for financial articles. The Planning Board likewise submits recommendations for zoning articles, and Community Preservation Committee submits recommendations for funding from the Community Preservation Fund. Madam Chair, Select Board, included in your meeting packet are a draft set of staff recommendations for 8 of the 10 of these articles, and I'll explain why there are no recommendations for 2 of those. Subject to Select Board discussion and approval, the recommendations and explanations can be amended based on input received from the Select Board meeting tonight. The recommendations must be voted by the Select Board in order to be printed and submitted to town meeting, and the wording of the explanations may be refined and updated by staff without a Select Board vote after this meeting. And importantly, with regards to the criticality of the timing of this, town meeting warrant book is scheduled to be sent to the printer October 16th of 2024, which makes the Select Board, this is the last Select Board meeting before that timeline to submit to the printer. And I look back historically, and this action is typically done during the first meeting in October. So with that, Madam Chair and Select Board, I'll go through again, the 10 articles you have included in your packet, the draft recommendations and explanations document. There's also included in your packet is the November 2024 annual town meetings calendar. So beginning with Article 3, this article proposes a bylaw that would authorize the town manager to enter into a contract for up to 5 years. Without a bylaw, state statute limits the term of contract to 3 years. The Department of Revenue has recently changed the property reevaluation period from 3 years to 5. So we feel it's important to get this contract, this ability to go to 5 years, updated as well. As a result of the change, contracts for business and personal property valuations, any software that the assessor's office might need, and any other assistance to the assessor, again, should coincide with this new reevaluation period of 5 years. And as you see in your packet, staff recommendation is that the town vote the article as printed in the warrants. And Madam Chair, in the past, again, going back a few years, typically we take each one of these and just request a motion and approval. But we can go through the entire list and.
Okay, so would you like Article 3? Is that what you're asking for?
Yes, I just read the staff recommendation for Article 3.
So I will entertain a motion.
I would make a motion that the town vote Article 3 as printed in the warrant.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you. Moving along to the next article under the purview of the Select Board is Article 18. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to dispose of or otherwise convey all of a portion of 2 parcels of land located at 0 Locustfield Road, described as Assessor's Parcel ID 2302-010-004 and Assessor's Parcel ID 2302-010-010-010 005 for the purpose of creating, developing, and constructing affordable housing. This article seeks town meeting authorization to sell these two adjacent parcels comprising approximately 6.18 acres, combined for the purpose of creating affordable housing. Town planning staff, as you know, led a comprehensive review of town-owned parcels and identified these two parcels as among the best opportunities for creation of affordable housing. These parcels are not located within the Coastal Pond Overlay District and are not within the nitrogen-sensitive area designated under current Title V regulations. The details of the housing to be constructed have yet to be determined. Following a public input process, including the Select Board and Affordable Housing Committee, my office will establish certain parameters for the housing to be constructed in a request for proposals that is used to select the buyer developer. This process ensures that the parcels can only be used for the construction of deed-restricted affordable housing and allows the town to place some parameters as to the scope of the development. As you see in your packet, staff recommendation is that the town vote the article as printed in the warrants.
Madam Chair, I move that we vote Article 18 as printed.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Article 19.
Thank you. Article 19. The article seeks town meeting authorization to sell two adjacent parcels comprising approximately 2.81 acres, combined for the purpose of creating affordable housing. Again, town planning staff, after leading that comprehensive review of all town-owned parcels, has identified these two parcels as among some of the best opportunities for creation of affordable housing. These parcels, again, are not located within the Coastal Pond Overlay District and are not within the NSA, nitrogen-sensitive areas, under Title V regulations. The staff is recommending, as you see in your packet, that the town vote the article as printed in the warrants.
I move Article 19, that the town vote the article as printed in the warrant.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion amongst the board? Article 19. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Article 20.
Thank you. The next two articles in your packet, Articles 20 and Article 21, I'm sorry, Article 22, the next three, 20, 21, and 22, are petitioners' articles. Starting with Article 20, this petition article accomplishes the same purpose as Article 19, which the Select Board just heard a review of, sponsored by the Board, except that Article 19 specifies two adjacent parcels, calls out the parcel ID numbers. There's two individual specific ID parcels, and this petitioner article only includes one of those two parcels. So because of this issue with regards to how the petitioner article language is written, staff is recommending indefinite postponement of this article.
I would move indefinite, Article 20, indefinite postponement.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to indefinitely postpone Article number 20. Any discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you. Article 21 is, again, a petition article seeking to authorize the Select Board to issue a request for proposals or convey town-owned property subject to an affordable housing restriction. This property is a vacant lot and was acquired by the town as a tax title foreclosure. And Madam Chair, Select Board, the specific parcel I'm referring to under Article 21 is a parcel of land at 21 Pheasant Lane in East Falmouth, being land shown on the assessor's map as map 40, section 11, parcel 005, lot 017, which is subject to an appropriate restriction that the land be used for affordable housing, and upon such further terms and conditions the Select Board deems appropriate. Madam Chair, as to the recommendation with regards to Article 21, staff has no strong opinion on this petitioner article or the next, Article 22. Select Board options are to either vote to recommend as printed or perhaps with amendments, or IP, indefinite postponement. The staff has listed no particular recommendation because, quite honestly, there's no, we see it as a viable affordable housing lot. We just don't have any strong recommendation opinion listed here.
Discussion amongst the board.
Yeah, Mr. Renshaw, would you perceive that if we voted these articles positive and moved them, that the same conditions with respect to the RFP and the process would be similar to the ones we've approved earlier tonight, as far as seeking input and so forth?
So I'm going to defer that to town council because I don't want to misstate. Did you hear that question?
I did hear the question, but you're just asking to know if the terms and conditions of the other RFPs would be applied to these other, to the petitioner?
Right. In particular, that there be a determination, that there be a process that Mr. Renshaw would oversee with the Select Board Affordable Housing Town Manager to establish certain parameters for the housing as you know.
What is it, Peter? I was listening to Bob.
Which, I mean, that language is not, that particular language is with respect to the process that would undergo is not in those those articles. I'm just wondering if they would be part of it going forward.
It could be part of a recommendation.
Yeah.
It should be.
I mean, is there an issue with making that part of the recommendation, I guess is my question. Is there?
No, there's no problem making that part of the recommendation. And in fact, that would be preferable, to have the town manager oversee the process.
The same language, basically, that's in the prior articles that we already approved.
Right.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
To anybody that can answer this, this lot in question is 21 Pheasant Lane. Is that a buildable or an unbuildable lot? Is that lot that's been in question for quite a while that the town owns?
Are you thinking about the?
I'm not thinking about the one they already built on. There was one other lot left on Pheasant Lane. Is this that lot or not?
Yes, it's currently undeveloped. It's town-owned. I don't know if it's a developable lot per se. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
I can show it, I can pull it up on a map if that helps you.
No, thank you.
It's my understanding, though, I'm sorry, that 21 Pheasant Lane was part of that comprehensive parcel inventory, right? And it was deemed as one of those parcels that could be. It didn't rise in priority rankings as the most accessible.
That's absolutely correct. So I would just clarify to say, to elaborate on what Mr. Renshaw just said, staff has looked at this parcel and we see no reason that it cannot be developed for affordable housing. My caution is just whether, I'm not sure whether or not it would need to be done as a LIP, whether it's developable that, whether it might not be developable under normal circumstances, but under a LIP or a local action, local initiative program might be required to get over some hurdles in terms of the zoning.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on Article 21?
Are you going to make a motion?
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion that the town vote this article as printed in the warrant with the amendment to the effect that the details of the housing to be constructed have yet to be determined following a public input process, including the Select Board and Affordable Housing Committee. The town manager will establish certain parameters for the housing to be constructed in a request for proposal that is used to select the buyer/developer.
So is your motion recommending that the petitioner amend it? Because we can't amend their article. We can only make the recommendation, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think you're sort of saying the same thing, right? The original article has to be printed as it is.
Right.
But the recommendation can be
Recommendation would include that extra language.
Exactly. So the motion, the first motion that goes before the body would have that select board recommendation, and then of course the petitioner can offer an amendment and choose to try to go in a different direction.
Right.
Okay. Yep.
I would second that.
Okay.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on Article 21? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
No. Okay, Article 22, Mr. Renshaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Article 22, to see if the town of Falmouth will vote to authorize Select Board to issue a request for proposal or otherwise convey one parcel of land at 20 Brigantine Drive in East Falmouth. Being shown on the assessor's map is map 11, section 02, parcel 007, lot 121, which is again subject to an appropriate restriction that the land be used for affordable housing. Madam Chair, Select Board, this petition article seeks to authorize the Select Board to issue a RFP to convey the town-owned property subject to an affordable housing restriction. This property, again, is a vacant lot and was acquired by the town as a tax title foreclosure. And again, similar to Article 21, staff is not listing any particular recommendation. Select Board has the option to vote to recommend as printed or with amendments or indefinite postponement.
Comments on Article 23?
22.
22, I'm sorry.
I would make the same recommendation as the prior Article 21, that the town vote the article as printed in the warrant with the explanation to contain that language with respect to the process to be overseen by the town manager to get to an RFP.
I'd second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Article 23, Mr. Renshaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Article 23, to see if the town will vote to appropriate a sum of $1.9 million from certified free cash for the purpose of financing a provisional pilot project consistent with any recommendation from the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection and the Board of State Examiners of Plumbers and Gas Fitters to evaluate urine diversion as a method for effectively reducing the amount of nitrogen and phosphorus entering town waters in support of the town's comprehensive wastewater management plan, and to determine how the same will be raised and by whom expended or do or take any action on the matter. Again, Madam Chair, Select Board, I was remiss, I should have mentioned, this is a petition article, petition of Mr. Matt Patrick, Ron Zweig, Hilda Mangay, Earl Barnhart, and Green Center Incorporated. Select Board, as you recall, authorized the use of $80,000 of ARPA grant funds to undertake a urine diversion feasibility study to assess the viability of this particular approach as a tool for meeting nitrogen reduction targets to restore Falmouth's estuaries. The town entered into an agreement with the Massachusetts Alternative Septic System Technology Center, or MASTEC, to provide consulting support for this feasibility study, which commenced in May of this year. MASTEC and a working group appointed for this feasibility study have made significant progress in evaluating the many complex issues related to the innovative concept. But the consensus of the MASTEC and the working group is that it is premature at this point to fund a pilot project based on some unresolved issues, mainly toilet fixture selection and state plumbing board approval, collection and storage system design and approval, urine collection and disposal plan, and participant agreements and funding. As you all know, work with MASTEC and the working group continues, and I'm confident that we're going to be in a position at a future date. But at this point, staff recommendation is indefinite postponement of this petitioner's article.
Okay, discussion amongst the board.
It's not much to talk about. It's not ready.
Move to recommend indefinite postponement of Article 23.
I'll second Ms. Goldstone's motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to indefinitely postpone Article 23. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Okay, we'll go to Article 31.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Article 31 is to see if the town will vote to amend the town's position classification plan or do or take any other action on the matter. This article, at the town, my office is seeking to add 2 new positions to the town position classification plan and to change the pay classification for 2 existing positions that are listed in the table. The 2 adds being stormwater engineer and an HVAC technician, and the 2 changes with regards to the position classification are the director of assessing, changing that position from a current grade B09 to a B10, and the other classification change request associated with this article is with the forestry tree care crew leader, changing current grade from a D09 to a D10. And you can see the respective changes in hourly pay rates associated with those changes. It's very early. We're currently in the very early stages of our FY16 development of the FY16 operating budget. So I'm not can't commit at this point that the two new positions would be funded. This obviously would give us the opportunity and flexibility to add those positions if we can identify funding to make that come to pass. The Director of Assessing, that pay classification change is based on comparisons to other communities, some benchmarking that we did, and was bargained with the union subject to town meeting approval. The proposed pay range on an annualized basis is $107,786 to $145,600. The second pay classification change that's being requested as part of this article is, again, with regards to the forestry tree care crew leader. We've had a significant challenge over a significant period of time funding this position for an extended period. It caused us to go back out and take a look. We negotiated this change in pay classification with the union, again, subject to town meeting approval. The proposed pay range is on an annualized basis is $68,411 to $95,430. And again, based upon the research that we've done and some benchmarking, and again, based on the challenge that we've had filling this position, we feel that this pay classification is necessary. With regards to the two positions that we're requesting be added, the stormwater engineer, I'll start with that. This new position is being requested through the town engineer's office due to increased workload associated with improving stormwater collection and treatment systems in compliance with federal EPA regulations and our MS4 permit regulations. The proposed pay range on an annualized basis for this particular position is $80,018 to $101,234. The HVAC technician, this is a new position obviously being requested to provide in-house repair and maintenance of our HVAC systems throughout the town. The proposed pay range on an annualized basis is $69,909 to $88,442. In talking to Peter McConaughey, the DPW director, and Greg Endicott, the facilities manager, some of the response time constraints that we see with regards to the service contracts that we currently have can be excessive. It's my opinion, in consultation with the DPW director, that having this in-house HVAC technician will provide us some efficiencies and make us more effective getting to those repairs in a quicker time period. And again, providing a better level of service to the town. And that's all I have on Article.
Discussion of Article 31. Yes.
A small thing, but I think in the description, the explanation for the forestry tree care crew leader, that should read, has been unable to fill this position for an extended period of time, not has been unable to fund this position. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. Thank you for pointing that out.
Anything else? I mean,
Any other questions on Article 31?
I would move Article 31 as printed.
As amended.
As amended, correct.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Article 32.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Article 32 is to see if the town will vote to amend the Code of Falmouth by adding a new section, 173, operation of short-term rentals, including the text of the new sections below, and further to amend the Code of Falmouth by adding the civil fine for the new section 173, operation of short-term rentals, to section 1-2C in the amount of $300.
Oh, that's the short-term rental, right?
The proposed bylaw will create a registration requirement to assist the town with regulating and managing what we see as a proliferation of short-term rentals throughout the town. As you all know, a working group comprised of town officials and real estate professionals held several public meetings over the course of the past several months and collaborated with feedback from members of the public to try to address the health and public safety issues that arise with short-term rentals. Madam Chair and Select Board, this proposed bylaw represents an effort to balance the ability of homeowners to use their property for additional income, to protect the stock of year-round rentals, and to safeguard neighborhoods from nuisances. It mandates that every short-term rental must be licensed through the Board of Health. Licenses may not be held by corporations or be used for commercial events. The license will only be issued if the owner provides certain assurances to the town about how the short-term rental will be managed. And it also allows the Board of Health to hold hearings for violations and issue fines up to $5,000 for serious or repeated infractions of the bylaw. Madam Chair, Select Board members, included in your packet this evening, I also wanted to point out, there's a letter from the Board of Health through the health agent, Scott McGann, that was delivered to my office late Thursday afternoon of last week. It was important, obviously, to put it in the packet. And in it, the Board of Health indicates a concern, a question as to whether the health department is the appropriate department or entity to enforce and oversee this particular bylaw and the regulations associated with it. I can say this, and after talking to the assistant town manager and several of the staff members, as you all probably know, we have an existing rental property, rental housing bylaw. It doesn't differentiate between long-term and short-term. It's just a rental registration requirement. So this, in effect, is an amendment to that existing bylaw, kind of an enhancement to that existing bylaw. And also I wanted to point out to the board, and I understand the concerns about, perhaps the need for additional staffing. The management team, myself, the assistant town manager, recognize that across the board, all of our regulatory actions and processes involve multiple departments and a collaboration between multiple departments. Health department collaborates and utilizes services of the building department and the police department. So there's the collaborative effort involved in this process. It's the burden and the onus is not strictly on one department, the health department. And also, there's the real opportunity that as we launch this program, we'll be able to obtain a software, a platform that's going to allow us to kind of force multiply the health agents in the office by allowing us to more readily identify these short-term rental properties that we know are out there that have not properly registered under the existing bylaw. They're required to, but they haven't. These software platforms will allow us to, again, kind of force multiply and leverage and perhaps not require additional staffing. But all of that's going to be worked through as we go forward with the process. But again, the staff recommendation based upon the enormous amount of work that's been done through the working group and town council, staff recommendation is that the town vote the article as printed in the warrants.
Comments on Article 32.
I have a question. How long has this been in, you're saying it's being amended, how long has it been in existence?
The current bylaw?
Yeah.
Does anyone know the answer to that? How long?
The chapter 172?
The one we're speaking about, right?
The
The one that
second
we're
part of it.
amending.
Well, so there's two parts. We're adding the short-term rental, and then the amendments are to the year-round rental, chapter 172. My recollection is that chapter 172 has been around for 40, 50 years.
So who's been enforcing it up until now?
The health department.
My other question is, it's been brought to my attention that there are more than a few business owners that classify their businesses as LLCs that maybe are in the process of obtaining housing, buying houses to house their employees. How will that affect them?
So what the proposed bylaw does is, in order to stop the corporatization of short-term rentals, you have to have one natural person. So the members of the LLC all have to be natural people. And as the owners are defined so that only one natural person can receive a license for one short-term rental.
So would that be the agent of that LLC?
I don't know, no, it would be, so they're not agents, they would be members of the LLC. You'd have to have natural people be, so you couldn't have an LLC be a member of another LLC. They all have to be natural people, and the license has to be given to a natural person who's a member of the LLC. And the other part of that is that you can't have one person create a series of LLCs and then have the various LLCs get licenses for short-term rentals, where it all goes back to the same person. It looks behind the LLC to see who the components of the LLC are.
Thank you. But it only also applies to 30 days or less rentals.
Mr.
If
Muscala?
I may, I certainly commend the work of the working group, of which Mr. Brown was a member, town council's efforts, the town manager's efforts. However, I think that there are a number of flaws in the current draft, not the least of which I think is that making an effective date of January 1st, 2025, where it's very reasonable that a number of people who have already done this have made plans for the summer of 2025. So I'm going to vote against this for going forward for that reason and a couple of others. I'm not going to go through the litany of it. It's a good first crack at it, I think. Yes, there were a number of meetings held, but correct me if I'm wrong, Doug, all of those meetings were at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I don't think it really gave the public enough of an opportunity to digest such an important change for the town. Not to mention the fact that the town does get substantial revenues from short-term rentals. So my preference, if it goes that way, would be to vote indefinite postponement, but that's where I'm coming from.
We've had several, I should say I have spent a good part of today getting complaints about Article 32, in that exactly what you just said, that the public hasn't known about it, hasn't been involved in any conversation. And I know there were realtors on the board, but I'm hearing from several people that they would like this not to get on the warrant and to give more time to craft it.
Okay, well, I think we already put it on the warrant, so now we'll have to decide how we want to vote to recommend it.
Right.
And I would say that the one edit to it might be that there could be potentially an appeal to, I thought that maybe we might change the language to remove the health agent and put it under the purview of the select board. Is that something we might need to consider, Mr. Renshaw?
I'm sorry, putting the enforcement
Well,
and
the
appeal
whole-
process under the select board?
Yeah,
The select board would hear these violations and issue fines, and so again, I don't think Falmouth is unique in terms of health departments kind of being tasked with this oversights and regulation. I think there's probably examples in the Commonwealth where it's not the case, but I don't think I could recommend that select board take on that responsibility of hearing these cases and the violations.
And I was thinking in terms of to provide relief for what may be a small handful of owners that are in existence that we might want to consider allowing some relief. How would that be considered if we don't, I mean, we would have to make some sort of an amendment. And I would agree that it would have been great if we had more time to have this on a select board agenda and have a more thorough discussion prior to making this recommendation. So that's a challenge.
What's the rush? I mean, honestly, if I may, Doug. I mean, I appreciate, all the work you did, but I do question what the rush is given what, even you've said. I mean, there's issues, and you were on the work group that it came. Now, I understand that when the final draft actually came, there really wasn't all that much discussion about it or time to discuss it even when it came out. So,
Well, because we wanted to get it to the planning board and the zoning board and the Board of Health for their consideration prior to town meeting.
no, I understand, but that's how I feel.
Similarly, I appreciate that sense of urgency to get this done, but given that we have concerns about, first of all, the ability for a bylaw change to be approved in time from between November and January to then enact it when we have questions about who's the licensing agent, what is the staffing, and for that matter, the ability of businesses for rental owners to comply on that time period, the reputational hit that Falmouth takes when all of the visitors who've already booked their summer have to be told, actually, no, those may not exist anymore as rentals. And with 3,000 units in town, I'm not sure that we're talking about a small handful of businesses, of owners being affected. And so I would, at the same time, I know it's legalese, but the idea of indefinite postponement for all the reasons that the group was working really hard to move this forward makes me uncomfortable. So if we could recommend postponement to a date certain of April town meeting to allow time for these issues to be worked out and put it into effect, that would put us on a timeline that if it's approved, it goes into effect sometime toward the end of the summer season with time for people to really plan for the following year.
I will say that one thing that, an urgency that I don't think people really are thinking about is the fact that it could pretty much at any time be a court challenge to the business use of using residential houses for business use. And when there are court challenges, the owners of the properties are not winning. They're losing, and they're not able to rent. So that's something that's looming out there if we don't get a handle on the management of these rentals. There's not a lot of bad ones, but it only takes a few to give a bad name to the whole industry.
We do have a registration requirement. I think that the platform that Mr. Renshaw mentioned can still go into effect, or we can still be looking at it without having to enact this bylaw change. With all due respect to Dr. Goldstone, I think indefinite postponement would be my preference rather than postpone to a certain date.
I would concur with Mr. Muscow, Madam Chair.
Well, I wouldn't be too much in opposition to that because, like I said, we didn't have a chance to really discuss it and vet it before town meeting, so it's hard to make a positive recommendation on it at this time.
I'll make, if I may, Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion that with respect to Article 32, that we recommend indefinite postponement.
I would second that motion, Mr. Muscally. Okay, we have a motion and a second to indefinitely postpone Article 32. Any further discussion amongst the board?
Indefinitely or to April?
I think
I said indefinite
his
postponement.
motion
I still
was-
think that it should be.
Yes, his motion was indefinite postponement.
Okay.
Any further discussion amongst the board? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
I would agree.
Opposed? Okay, unanimous.
There's someone that seems to want to say something, Madam Chair.
Yes. You can come up. You know that we're indefinitely postponing this article. No, you need to come up to the... Okay. Could you just get up to the microphone and make your
I'm
point?
Erica Edwards. I would love to address any of those things. Why now? I think you just heard from people in declining school systems how you're looking to hire new positions, but nobody can afford to live here. That's why now. Why not indefinitely postpone it? It's already happening in the Vineyard. It's already happening on Nantucket. It's already happening in P-Town has already done this. Tro's already done it. East Ham's already done it. Chatham's moving to do it. You're last. Why not be amongst the first? You also have third-party oversight for why Scott McGann is overwhelmed. Great, no problem. By the way, currently it's on honor system to register your short-term rental. Honor system. not enforced in any way at all. I went to the health department and I asked. So, overwhelmed, right, you have a nonprofit out of Hyannis called Rent 365 that is currently doing a lease to locals program, which is changing over short-term rentals to long-term rentals. They do it for a nonprofit, no cost to the town. You have PlaceMate, who will do it for a fee, and they guarantee you long-term rentals from short-term rentals. They pay the current short-term rental owner as an incentive to willingly move that over. You are currently having 40 bees overrunning your town. You're cutting down all of the trees and all of the green space in an effort to make affordable housing. Why not convert over what is currently killing your community and ruining community when you have vacant neighborhoods in the winter to a community where, if not owned by LLCs, actual community members can own these houses and rent them as short-term rentals. You want to bolster your community. You want to embolden them. You want them to be a part of this and have an investment in it. Please do not table it forever. Please consider it. If you want to start it after September, I think it was a great idea, so you don't mess up people's plans that they've already made for the summer. But please, think about it. It's going all through the Cape and all through the entire world, short-term rental reform. Don't be last on it, please.
Yes, I'll take one more comment.
I know I seem like I'm contradicting myself. Hi, I'm Gina Palonza, again, licensed realtor. I'd like to say that the majority of these LLCs are just people. You know, they're not corporations. Most people don't own multiple. There are some people who do. There are many people who this is their business. I'm not saying that what you're saying isn't a good idea. Other towns have done it, but they don't cap at one person. They, tend to go a little bit higher with their numbers. I think incentives for switching over from short-term rentals to longer-term rentals are a great idea. I think it's something that you should definitely entertain and look into. But I think limiting to one, it would be like saying you can only own one restaurant. You can only own one business in town. For some people, real estate is their business. I come from a family of those people. We are not uber wealthy. We are not an uber corporation. But those rental houses are in LLCs to protect the personal property of the owner. So there is a difference between those. There's got to be a compromise. There's got to be something that's sort of like in between. Definitely taking more time and looking into it. But that's going to take longer than probably just one season, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kate Lenny. I'm also a real estate broker, but I'm here on a personal level. My significant I and other have a business in town where we can't find affordable housing for our employees. And one of the facets of owning rental properties for us is to give several of our families a place to live so they don't have to drive 2 hours over the bridge off Cape, fight traffic to get to work in time in the morning. We rent them at the cost of what our mortgage is. We don't make money on it. We hold these properties in LLCs to protect us personally from liability. LLCs are not the bad guy here. They're just a way to protect us as a person who's invested in our employees. In addition to that, I think you guys also have to consider the ripple effect throughout the community of when you limit an investor from coming in and improving a property, improving property values for neighbors, neighborhoods, their tax dollars are something that we can all benefit by. But more importantly, the restaurant owners are benefiting from people that actually do have short-term rentals for people. It is a business for people in the summer. Falmouth is a tourist community. COVID made us a year-round community. And I think that everybody has to look at the ripple effect of how it affects so many facets. It was no short amount of money for us as trying to invest as an investor. You have to come up with 25% down. At property values today, it's a significant amount of money. We put over $500,000 out of our own bank account to buy 2 homes, which are in LLCs separately, so that we could give 2 families a place to live safely, cleanly, and affordably in town. there's other ways to look at this than just trying to control investors. There's other reasons why people have LLCs. There's the reason why there's elderly people in town who may supplement their income. I have a girlfriend who's a nurse at Cape Cod Hospital, and she goes into a family member's home in the summer and rents her houses to her home to traveling nurses so that she can afford to keep her home. So you have to consider that this isn't just about investors. It affects so many more people. So I side with you for postponing indefinitely until you can at least hear more from other people like me or people who are doing and investing in the community in a different way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. What? One more comment, and I'm going to close it. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Christina Holt, and restricting short-term rentals is part of a larger housing strategy, which was identified in the 2024 Housing Production Plan as a priority for year one. The urgency is that there are not enough rentals in Falmouth. A third of the housing is used seasonally, and that's really limiting for year-round renters. You're talking about people like spending money at restaurants. Those restaurants can't stay open because we don't have people to work in them because we don't have rentals.
Please speak to the board.
Thank you. The workforce is leaving Falmouth with a lack of housing. More than 50% of the people that work in Falmouth drive here from over the bridge, and most of them are going and finding work in other places. I think the sense of urgency is to keep our town running and not have it be a hollow community. I think that's why we need to have the urgency to keep this going.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move into the consent agenda.
Well, you have Article 33,
Oh,
which
I'm
I
sorry,
think is going
Article
to be
33?
indefinite postponement.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that one. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Renshaw, Article 33.
Madam Chairman, I ask Town Council to kind of go over with the Select Board the connection association between 32 and 33. More.
So Article 33 pertains to certain amendments, deletions and amendments and additions that are designed to coincide with Article 32. Part of the deletions were done, they're proposed to modernize the language since it is out of date and it conflicts with the Fair Housing Act, but those parts aren't enforceable anyway. Without Article 32, I don't see a need to make these changes right now, and it might be a better course of action to keep tying these together and make the amendments holistically once the short-term rental bylaw is in a shape that's more acceptable.
Okay, so we're looking to change that recommendation.
I'd make a motion to indefinitely postpone Article 33.
I'll second Mr. Muscali's motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to indefinitely postpone Article 33. Any discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Did you vote, Mr. Muscali? I didn't
Oh,
see.
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, unanimous.
Yeah.
All right, we will now move into the consent agenda. I'm going to go through each item. If you would like to hold any item on the consent agenda, please notify me as the chair. Licenses, consider approval of an application for a special one-day wine and malt liquor license, Shipwrecked Falmouth in the Fall Road Race After Party, Shipwrecked the Heights Hotel parking lot, 263 Grand Ave, Sunday, November 3rd, 2024, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Administrative orders. Consider accepting a donation from Falmouth, from Cape Cod 5 in the amount of $500 to the Falmouth Police Department. Consider accepting a donation from Susan F. Eaton in the amount of $500,000 to the Falmouth Fire and Rescue Department. Wow.
That's pretty incredible. We better put a name on that boat.
That's huge.
Put a plaque on there with the name of the Eatons.
Maybe we could get Cape Cod 5 to...
Consider approval of the monitoring agreement for affordable rentals at Lighthouse Station, 533 Woods Hole Road. Consider approval of a drainage easement on property located at 67 Ambleside Drive, and approve the warrant for the state election on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024.
Madam Chair, I'll move the consent agenda.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Unanimous. Town manager's supplemental report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have two quick updates. Take a minute. Wanted to report that the repairs to Town Hall have been complete, to include the placement of the refashioned, recrafted seal that just went up over the past couple of days. So I want to thank DPW, Facilities, Greg Endicott, and the contractor for getting that job done. Also wanted to report that I just recently signed off on the contract agreement for the building assessment management software. Brightly is the company that we opted to go with. They have a fantastic reputation in the industry, again, for applying these building condition indexes. We're looking at kicking that project off. The software includes work order tracking, monitoring, so it's going to allow us to do a better job tracking projects, maintenance projects, and repair projects. And also, which I think is probably most important, it includes a capital predictor module that's going to allow us to basically program and do a better job forecasting our repair and maintenance costs, the capital stuff, going forward. That's all I have.
Okay, select board reports. Mr. Muscali?
Yes, just one. I had the pleasure of attending a presentation at the Cape Cod Tech Council at Cape Cod Community College by a representative from Artifacts AI. It was very interesting. It explained how artificial intelligence can assist municipalities in a lot of their day-to-day efforts, and I think it's something, and I think Mr. Renshaw may have actually met with someone from that organization. I think it's something we should keep on our radar to see how AI can really help us in a lot of the data collection and coming to some decisions. So it was really a very worthwhile presentation. Thank you.
Any other select board reports?
I attended my
Mr.
liaison duty with the select board this Saturday. I'm sorry, the zoning board this Saturday for their workshop. And there was a general consensus that they would love to have, after town meeting at some point, a joint meeting with the select board to help them with some language on some issues. And I said that I would certainly request that. So.
I caught the tail end of the town employee appreciation cookout. That was nice. That was a good job.
Great.
The municipal light plant board had a guest come to their meeting to announce that they're still hopeful to have funding to come make an offer to the town to build the Falmouth broadband network. So that hope is still alive, but we'll know by the end of October whether or not that project is going to happen or not with that particular group, because they've been trying for several months, and if they don't get an investor by the end of the month, they're going to probably throw in the towel for that particular group. So we'll know soon.
Okay. Anything else for the good of the board? Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
These chairs.